Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from, so leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. The Tenant at 1847, Millbrook Road. I should have known something was wrong when the landlord wouldn't meet me at the property. The ad on Craigslist had been straightforward enough. Room for rent, $300 a month, utilities included. Quiet neighborhood, must be comfortable with older homes. I'd been sleeping in my car for 2 weeks after my roommate situation fell apart. So when I called the number listed, I didn't ask many questions. The voice on the other end was an older woman, Mrs. Cheney, and she sounded kind enough. She said the house had been in her family for generations, but she lived across town now and just needed someone to occupy the space. Keep the pipes from freezing, she said. Keep an eye on things. The key will be under the third flower pot on the porch, she told me. You can move in tonight if you like. First month is free if you stay through winter. Free rent. I should have known. The house sat at the end of Millbrook Road, where the pavement gave way to gravel and the streetlight stopped reaching. It was a Victorian-style structure, 3 stories tall, with a tower room on the northeast corner that gave it an almost Gothic silhouette against the October sky. The paint was peeling in long strips, revealing older layers underneath. White, then yellow, then a sickly green. Most of the windows on the upper floors were dark, but I could see curtains moving in a few of them, probably from the wind coming through broken seals. I found the key exactly where Mrs. Cheney said it would be. It was old, made of brass that had tarnished to almost black, and it felt heavier than a key should feel. The lock resisted at first, then gave way with a click that echoed through the empty porch. The smell hit me as soon as I opened the door. It wasn't quite rot, but something adjacent to it. The smell of a place that had been closed up for too long, where the air had gone stale and thick. I fumbled for a light switch and found one just inside the entrance. The chandelier above me flickered to life, casting uneven light across a foyer that looked like it hadn't been updated since 1950. The wallpaper was a pattern of faded roses peeling at the seams. The hardwood floor was scuffed and dull, and there were rectangles of darker wood where furniture had once stood. A staircase curved up to the right, disappearing into shadow. To the left was a doorway leading to what looked like a sitting room, and straight ahead was a narrow hallway extending toward the back of the house. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the space. Mrs. Cheney had said the house was empty, but I needed to be sure. The silence that followed was absolute. I brought in my 2 duffel bags from the car and locked the door behind me. Mrs. Cheney had texted me earlier with instructions. My room was on the second floor, third door on the right. The kitchen was functional. The bathroom worked. Stay out of the basement and the tower room. Both were structurally unsound. The stairs creaked under my weight, each step announcing my presence to the empty house. The second floor hallway was long and lined with doors, all of them closed, except for one at the far end, which stood slightly ajar. I counted doors as I walked, 1, 2, 3 on the right. My room. I pushed the door open and reached for the light switch. The overhead bulb was dim, but it was enough to see that the room was small and simply furnished. A twin bed with a bare mattress, a wooden dresser with a cracked mirror, and a single window that looked out over the backyard. The wallpaper here was different, a pattern of small blue flowers that might have been cheerful once, but now just looked faded and sad. I dropped my bags on the floor and sat on the bed. The springs groaned. Through the window, I could see the backyard stretching into darkness, and beyond that, a line of trees that seemed to go on forever. No neighboring houses, no lights, except for the weak glow from my room. I should have felt relieved to have a roof over my head, but instead I felt a creeping unease that I couldn't quite name. The house was too quiet, too still. It felt less like a home and more like something holding its breath. That first night, I didn't hear anything unusual. I set up my sleeping bag on the mattress. I'd buy sheets later, and lay in the darkness, listening to the ordinary sounds of an old house. The ticking of cooling pipes, the settling of floorboards, the wind pushing against the windows. I told myself that this was fine, that $300 a month in this neighborhood was a steal, even if the house was old and creepy. I'd been in worse situations. I almost believed it. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the window and the sound of birds outside. In the daylight, the house seemed less ominous, just old and neglected. I explored a bit more thoroughly, finding the kitchen at the back of the first floor, a cramped space with appliances from the 1970s that somehow still worked, and a bathroom on the second floor that had rust stains in the tub, but functional plumbing. I kept away from the basement door, which was in the kitchen and had been nailed shut with 2x4s. And I didn't venture up to the third floor where the tower room was. Mrs. Cheney had left some basic supplies in the kitchen: coffee, bread, peanut butter. There was a note on the counter in spidery handwriting. "Welcome. Please call if you need anything. The fuse box is in the hallway closet if the power goes out. Don't go into the basement. MC." I made coffee in a percolator that looked like it belonged in a museum and sat at the kitchen table, looking out the window at the overgrown backyard. I should have felt better in the daylight, but the unease from the night before hadn't entirely lifted. Something about the house felt wrong, like walking into a room right after an argument has ended. You can't see what happened, but you can feel the residue of it in the air. I spent the day job hunting online and trying to make my room more livable. I bought sheets at a thrift store along with a lamp and some towels. When I returned to the house in the late afternoon, I noticed for the first time that there were scratches on the inside of my bedroom door, long, deep gouges in the wood like something had been trying to get out or in. That night, I heard the first sound. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke to the noise. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, a rhythmic thumping, like someone walking heavily on the floor above me. But as I lay there in the darkness, the sound continued, steady and deliberate. Step, 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 moving from one end of the third floor to the other. I held my breath and listened. The footsteps, and they were definitely footsteps, reached the end of the hallway above me, paused, and then started back the other way. Step, step, step. The same measured pace, the same route. My rational mind offered explanations. Old houses settle, pipes expand and contract, animals get into attics. But these sounds were too regular, too purposeful. They sounded exactly like someone pacing back and forth above my head. After 10 minutes, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sound to start again. It didn't. In the morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress and exhaustion could do strange things to perception. I'd been sleeping in my car for weeks. Of course, my first night in a real bed would be restless. I didn't think about the footsteps as I made breakfast. I didn't think about them as I sent out job applications. But that night, they came again. 2 a.m., almost to the minute, the same pacing, the same route, step, step, step. From one end of the third floor to the other and back again. This time, I got out of bed. I opened my door slowly, careful to keep it from creaking, and looked down the dark hallway. The footsteps continued above me, and now I could hear something else beneath them. A dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. The sounds moved directly over my head, then continued down the hallway above me toward the front of the house. I thought about going upstairs. I even put my hand on the banister, but something stopped me. An instinct, a whisper of self-preservation that said investigating strange noises in a creepy old house at 2 a.m. was exactly how people got hurt in situations like this. Instead, I went back to my room, closed the door, and put in earbuds. I played white noise until the battery died, and then I just lay there listening to the pacing above me until it finally stopped around 4 a.m. The next morning, I called Mrs. Cheney. "Is anyone else living in this house?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "No, dear, it's just you. Why do you ask?" "I've been hearing noises at night. Footsteps on the third floor." Another pause, longer this time. "Old houses make all sorts of sounds, especially in the fall when the temperature changes. The wood expands and contracts. It can sound just like footsteps." "This sounds exactly like footsteps, like someone walking back and forth." "I assure you, there's no one else in the house." Her voice had taken on a sharp edge. "Are you having second thoughts about the rental?" I should have said yes. I should have told her I'd be out by the weekend. But I thought about my empty bank account, about sleeping in my car again, about the coming winter. "No," I heard myself say. "I'm sure you're right. Old houses. I'll get used to it." "Good. I'm glad we have an understanding." She hung up before I could say anything else. I spent that day researching the house. The internet connection was spotty. The router was ancient and kept dropping signal, but I managed to find some information. 1847. Millbrook Road had been built in 1891 by a doctor named Edmund Fairfax. He'd lived there with his wife and 3 children until 1904, when there had been some kind of tragedy. The records were vague, but I found a newspaper article from that year with the headline, prominent physician's family dies in mysterious circumstances. The article itself was behind a paywall I couldn't afford to bypass, but the preview text mentioned unexplained deaths and an investigation closed without conclusion. After 1904, the house had changed hands multiple times, never staying with one family for more than a few years. Mrs. Cheney's family had owned it since the 1950s, but according to county records, no one had actually lived in it since 1987. I should have left right then. I should have packed my bags and found somewhere else to go. But where? The women's shelter was full. I had no friends in the city. My family had made it clear I wasn't welcome back home. So I stayed, telling myself that footsteps weren't the worst thing that could happen. At least I had a roof over my head. At least I was warm. That night, the footsteps came again at 2 a.m. But this time, they were accompanied by something new. A sound like fingernails scraping against wood coming from inside the walls of my room. Slow, deliberate scraping as if something were trying to claw its way through the plaster. I turned on every light in my room and sat on the bed with my back against the wall, watching the door. The scraping continued for nearly an hour, moving around the room, first near the window, then by the closet, then right above my head. The footsteps upstairs kept their steady rhythm, pacing back and forth, back and forth. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because I woke to morning sunlight and silence. When I examined the walls, I found fresh scratches in the paint near the ceiling, long gouges that definitely hadn't been there the day before. I stopped sleeping at night. Instead, I napped during the day when the house was quiet, and I spent the nighttime hours sitting in my room with all the lights on, my laptop playing videos or music, anything to cover the sounds. The footsteps came every night like clockwork. The scraping in the walls grew more aggressive, and I started noticing other things. Doors that I'd left open would be closed when I came back upstairs. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, my breath fogging in the air, even though it was warm everywhere else. I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow passing across a doorway, a curtain swaying in a room where all the windows were closed. Once, I came downstairs to find all the kitchen cabinets standing open, their contents rearranged in neat rows on the counter. I called Mrs. Cheney again and told her I was hearing and seeing things that couldn't be explained by an old house settling. She listened in silence, and when I finished, she sighed. "I had hoped you wouldn't notice," she said quietly. "Notice what?" "The house has a history. You've done your research, I assume. The Fairfax family. What happened to them?" Dr. Fairfax conducted experiments, medical experiments, in the tower room in the basement. Not all of his patients were willing participants. When his wife discovered what he was doing, she confronted him. There was an altercation. The children were caught in the middle. She paused. Everyone in the house died that night except for Dr. Fairfax. He lived long enough to nail the basement door shut and seal the tower room before succumbing to his injuries in the foyer. I felt cold all over. You knew the house was haunted, and you rented it to me anyway. I needed someone to stay there. The house can't be left empty. Things are worse when it's empty. What things? The house remembers what happened in it. It holds on to that pain, that violence. When someone lives there, it focuses on them. It's contained. When the house is empty, the activity spreads to the neighboring properties. People started complaining. I had no choice. So you used me as bait? My voice was shaking. You lured me here to take the heat so your neighbors wouldn't complain? I'm offering you free rent. I gave you fair warning. I told you to stay out of certain rooms. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine. Previous tenants have managed. How many previous tenants? She didn't answer right away. Just follow the rules. Don't go into the basement. Don't go into the tower room. Don't engage with anything you see or hear. The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission. That's insane. Perhaps. But you don't have anywhere else to go, do you? Her voice was gentle but firm. Stay until spring. By then you'll have saved enough money to find something else. Just 6 months. You can endure 6 months. She hung up before I could respond. I should have left that very moment. I should have gotten in my car and driven away, slept in parking lots, figured something out. But she was right. I had nowhere to go. And some part of me, the part that had learned to endure bad situations because the alternative was always worse, started rationalizing. It was just sounds, just shadows and cold spots and rearranged objects. Creepy, yes, but I'd dealt with worse. I'd lived with an abusive boyfriend who put me in the hospital. I'd survived homelessness. I could survive a haunted house. So I stayed. The nights grew longer and the activity intensified. The footsteps upstairs became more frequent, sometimes pacing for hours without stopping. The scraping in the walls happened every night now, sometimes so loud and aggressive that I worried the walls would split open. Objects in my room would move when I wasn't looking. My phone would be on the dresser when I knew I'd left it on the bed. My clothes would be pulled out of my duffel bag and folded neatly on the floor. I started finding things, small things at first, old buttons, rusted nails, fragments of glass. They'd appear on my windowsill, arranged in patterns I couldn't decipher. Then I found a child's doll under my bed, its porcelain face cracked and one eye missing. I threw it in the trash, but the next morning it was back under my bed, in the exact same position. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. It was constant now, a prickling at the back of my neck that never went away. I could feel eyes on me when I showered, when I changed clothes, when I tried to sleep. Sometimes I'd turn around quickly, trying to catch whatever was watching me, but there was never anything there, just empty rooms and shadows and that pervasive sense of wrongness. 3 weeks into my stay, I woke in the middle of the night to find someone standing in the corner of my room. It was a woman, or the shape of a woman. She was translucent, like fog given human form, and she wore a long dress that might have been white once, but looked gray in the darkness. Her face was turned toward the wall, and her hands were raised as if she were clawing at something. As I watched, frozen in terror, she scraped her fingernails down the wall, creating the same sound I'd been hearing every night. Long, deliberate scrapes that left no marks but made my teeth ache. She didn't turn around. She just kept scraping over and over, her movements mechanical and repetitive. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. I just lay there, watching her, until she finally faded away as the first light of dawn touched the window. I spent the next day in a coffee shop, unable to be in the house. I knew I should leave, pack up, and go, but the truth was I had less than $200 in my bank account and nowhere else to turn. Mrs. Cheney was right. I needed time to save money to get back on my feet. And as terrifying as the house was, it hadn't actually hurt me. It was all just phenomena, just manifestations of whatever was trapped in that place. That night, I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion won out around 1 a.m. I woke to the sound of footsteps, but they weren't coming from upstairs this time. They were coming from the hallway outside my door. Step, step, step. Slow and measured. They stopped right outside my room. I stared at the door, watching the gap at the bottom, and saw a shadow move across it, blocking out the faint light from the hallway. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, the old brass creaking. I'd locked the door. I always locked the door. But the lock was just a simple push button on the knob, and I watched in horror as it slowly turned clockwise until it clicked open. The door began to swing inward, inch by inch, revealing the dark hallway beyond. Nothing was there. The hallway was empty. But the doorknob continued to turn, and the door continued to open, and I knew with absolute certainty that something was coming into my room. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it at the doorway. The door stopped moving. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then I heard breathing, slow, raspy breathing that definitely wasn't mine. It was coming from the doorway, from the empty space where nothing visible stood. "Get out," I whispered, my voice shaking. "This is my room. Get out." The breathing stopped. The door slammed shut so hard that the whole frame shook, and I heard the lock click back into place. Then the footsteps resumed, receding down the hallway, down the stairs, until they faded into silence. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning came, I found scratches on the outside of my door, the same deep gouges that were on the inside, as if something had been trying to claw its way in after I'd told it to leave. Mrs. Cheney's words echoed in my head. "The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission." I had told it to get out. I had engaged with it, and now it knew I could see it, hear it, sense it. The activity became more aggressive after that. Objects didn't just move anymore. They flew across rooms. I'd be sitting on my bed, and a book would sail past my head and hit the wall. The dresser drawers would slam open and shut on their own. The scratching in the walls became constant, no longer confined to nighttime. I'd hear it during the day surrounding me like dozens of hands clawing at the plaster from the inside. The apparitions became more frequent, too. I'd see the woman in the gray dress in different parts of the house, always with her back to me, always clawing at walls or doors. Sometimes I'd see children, too, fleeting shadows that darted around corners, accompanied by the sound of footsteps too light to be adult. Once, I saw a tall figure in a dark coat standing at the end of the hallway watching me. When I blinked, he was gone. I tried to follow Mrs. Cheney's rules. I didn't go into the basement. The nailed-shut door made that impossible anyway. I didn't go up to the third floor, even though the pacing continued every night, even though I was desperately curious about the tower room. I tried not to engage, tried to ignore the phenomena, but it was getting harder and harder. A month in, I got a job at a grocery store stocking shelves on the night shift. It meant being away from the house from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., which should have been a relief, but instead it filled me with dread. The house Didn't like being empty. I'd come home in the morning to find furniture moved, pictures pulled off walls, my belongings scattered across every room like someone had been searching for something. One morning, I came home to find that every mirror in the house had been shattered. The bathroom mirror, the mirror in my room, even the decorative mirrors in the hallway, all broken, their glass scattered across the floor. But when I looked closer, I realized the glass had been arranged. It formed words, the fragments carefully placed to spell out, "Get out." I called Mrs. Cheney and told her I was leaving. "You can't," she said simply. "You signed a lease." There was no lease. This was an informal arrangement. "You agreed to stay until spring. We have a verbal contract." "I don't care about contracts. This place is dangerous." "It's only dangerous if you make it dangerous. You're not following the rules." "I am following the rules." "Then why is the activity increasing?" Her voice was cold now. "You must be doing something to provoke it, going where you shouldn't go, engaging when you shouldn't engage." "I haven't done anything." "Then you have nothing to worry about. Clean up the glass and continue as you were. You have nowhere else to go." She was right, and we both knew it. I hung up and spent the next hour cleaning up broken glass, trying not to look at my fractured reflection in the fragments. That night at work, I couldn't stop thinking about the house, about Mrs. Cheney's insistence that I was provoking the activity, about the tower room in the basement, the two places I was forbidden to go. What was in those rooms? What was she hiding? When I got home at dawn, I stood in the foyer and looked up the staircase. The door to the third floor was at the top of the stairs, and I'd never tried to open it. Mrs. Cheney said it led to the tower room, said it was structurally unsound, but what if that was a lie? What if the answer to everything was up there? I climbed the stairs slowly, my heart pounding. The house was quiet around me, but it felt like it was listening, waiting to see what I would do. When I reached the third floor door, I found it locked. Not with a modern lock, but with an old padlock that looked like it had been there for decades. I went back downstairs and searched the kitchen drawers until I found a hammer. Then I returned to the third floor door and broke the padlock with 3 hard strikes. The sound echoed through the house like a gunshot, and for a moment everything went absolutely still. Then the temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. The lights flickered, and from somewhere deep in the house I heard a sound like a long, slow exhale. I pushed the door open. The staircase beyond was narrow and steep, disappearing up into darkness. The smell that wafted down was overwhelming, rot and copper, and something acrid that made my eyes water. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around, to close the door, to leave this place and never come back. But I needed to know. I needed to understand what I was living with. I turned on my phone flashlight and climbed the stairs. The tower room was smaller than I expected, circular with windows on all sides, but the windows had been painted over from the inside with something dark and thick, blocking out all natural light. My flashlight beam swept across the space, and I wished immediately that I'd listened to my instincts and stayed downstairs. The room was full of old medical equipment, an examination table, cabinets full of rusted instruments, jars containing things I didn't want to look at too closely. The walls were covered in writing, thousands of words scratched directly into the plaster. Observations, dates, descriptions of procedures. Dr. Fairfax's research notes, preserved for more than a century. But it was the corner of the room that made my stomach turn. There were shackles bolted to the wall, and below them old dark stains on the floor, and covering every surface were scratches, deep gouges in the wood and plaster, layer upon layer of them, as if someone had spent hours, days, years trying to claw their way out. I heard the breathing again right behind me. I spun around, but nothing was there. The breathing grew louder, coming from all around me now, and underneath it I could hear whispers, dozens of voices all speaking at once in words I couldn't quite make out. The air in the room began to shimmer, and I saw them. Not one ghost, not two, but dozens. They appeared like photographs developing, growing more solid by the second. Men, women, children, all of them bearing the marks of violence, of suffering. They stared at me with hollow eyes, and I understood with sudden, terrible clarity that these weren't the Fairfax family. These were Dr. Fairfax's victims, the people he'd brought to this room, the ones whose deaths had gone uninvestigated and unrecorded. They moved toward me as one, their mouths opening in silent screams, their hands reaching out. I stumbled backward, dropping my phone, plunging the room into darkness except for the ghostly light emanating from the apparitions themselves. I felt cold hands grabbing at me, pulling at my clothes, my hair, my skin. The whispers grew into a deafening roar, and I could finally make out what they were saying. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Join us. I screamed and ran, shoving through the mass of bodies that felt both solid and insubstantial at the same time. I threw myself down the stairs, tripping and stumbling, feeling those cold hands still grasping at me. I made it to the second floor and slammed the door behind me, but I could hear them on the other side, scratching, moaning, trying to get through. I ran to my room and grabbed my bags, throwing in anything I could reach. I didn't care about leaving things behind. I didn't care about having nowhere to go. I had to get out of this house before it killed me, or worse, before it made me one of those tortured spirits trapped forever in this place. I was halfway down the stairs to the first floor when the lights went out, all of them simultaneously, plunging the house into absolute darkness. I froze, clutching the railing, my bags heavy on my shoulder. In the darkness, I could hear movement all around me, footsteps, breathing, the rustle of fabric, the scrape of fingernails on wood. A voice spoke in the darkness, clearer than all the others. It was a man's voice, cold and clinical. You shouldn't have opened that door. They've been waiting so long for someone to set them free. A light appeared at the top of the stairs. Not electric light, but a soft, ghostly glow. In it, I could see the figure from the hallway, the tall man in the dark coat. His face was partially obscured, but I could make out enough to see that he was smiling. "You've given them permission now," he said. "By opening that door, by acknowledging their existence, you've given them a way out. They'll follow you wherever you go now, unless what?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. "Unless you take their place. Stay here. Become the new keeper of this house. Let them move on while you remain." "You're insane." "I'm practical. Someone must stay. The house requires it. If you leave, they'll follow you, and the violence that happened in this place will follow them. They're angry, you see. They've been trapped here for so long, and now they have a chance to be free. But they don't understand freedom anymore. They only understand pain and rage. Wherever they go, suffering will follow. The ghostly light began to descend the stairs toward me, and with it came all the others. The victims from the tower room, the woman in gray, the children, all of them moving as one mass of translucent figures. They flowed down the stairs like water, surrounding me, their hands reaching out. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran for a front door, burst through it, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. But I managed, and I sped away from that house like all the demons of hell were chasing me. Maybe they were. That was 3 months ago. I've been living in my car again, moving from place to place, never staying anywhere longer than a few nights. 'Cause Dr. Fairfax was right about one thing. They did follow me. I see them in reflections now, in store windows, in bathroom mirrors, in the surface of my coffee. The woman in gray is always there, still clawing at nothing. The children dart between cars and parking lots. And sometimes, late at night, I hear the pacing. Step, 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 moving across the roof of my car, up and down, never stopping. I went to a priest. He tried to perform a blessing, but the temperature in his church dropped so suddenly that frost formed on the windows, and the statue of Mary began to weep. He asked me to leave. I tried sage, salt circles, every folk remedy and internet solution I could find. Nothing works. They're attached to me now, bound to me by that moment when I opened the door and saw them, when I acknowledged their existence and gave them a way out of that room. Sometimes I think about going back to the house, about accepting Dr. Fairfax's offer, taking their place so they can finally move on, but I'm too much of a coward for that. So instead, I keep driving, keep moving, trying to stay ahead of the growing crowd of spirits that follows me everywhere I go. I haven't slept in weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that tower room, surrounded by the marks of suffering, and I can hear their voices. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Last night, I saw something new in my rearview mirror. It was Dr. Fairfax, sitting in my back seat, watching me with that same cold smile. "You can't run forever," he said. "Eventually, you'll have to make a choice. Come back to the house, or let them turn wherever you are into the same kind of hell. The suffering has to go somewhere. It always does." I'm writing this from a rest stop somewhere in Nevada. I've been driving for 3 days straight, trying to get as far from Kansas as possible, but I know it won't matter. Distance means nothing to them. They're not bound by geography or physics. They're bound to me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if there's any way to fix this, to break whatever connection I forged when I opened that door. All I know is that I should have listened to Mrs. Cheney. I should have followed the rules, and I should never, ever have been desperate enough to rent a room at 1847 Millbrook Road. If you're reading this and you ever see an ad for cheap rent in an old house, if someone tells you to stay out of certain rooms, if something feels wrong from the very beginning, trust that feeling. Leave, because some places are haunted for a reason, and some doors are locked for a reason, and once you open them, there's no going back. The sun is setting now, and I can see them gathering in the lengthening shadows around my car, more of them each day, their numbers growing as word spreads among the dead that someone finally opened the door. Soon there will be too many to count, and I don't know what will happen when they reach critical mass. I'm so tired. Maybe tonight I'll stop fighting. Maybe tonight I'll just close my eyes and let them in. At least then it would be over. Or maybe I'll start the car again and keep driving, keep running, keep hoping that somewhere out there is a solution I haven't found yet. Keep hoping that this isn't how my story ends, alone in a car, surrounded by the angry dead, paying the price for one moment of curiosity in a house that should have been left alone. The woman in gray is standing right outside my window now, her palm pressed against the glass. She's not clawing anymore. She's just watching me, waiting. They're all waiting. I should have stayed in my car that first night. I should have driven away the moment I saw that house at the end of Millbrook Road. But I was desperate, and desperation makes you do stupid things. Now I'm paying for it. Now we're all paying for it. If you ever find yourself in Kansas and you see a woman living out of her car surrounded by shadows that don't quite match the light, that's me. Don't approach. Don't offer help. Just keep driving. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I drive for a rideshare app and picked up the same passenger 3 nights in a row. I've been driving for Ride now for about 8 months to make extra money on weekends. I work a regular job during the week, but the extra cash helps with bills. I usually drive Friday and Saturday nights from around 10 p.m. until 3 or 4 a.m. when the bar crowds die down. Last Friday night started normal. I picked up a few college kids, a couple coming home from dinner, the usual weekend crowd. Around 1:30 a.m., I got a ping for a pickup at an address in Riverside, the older part of town near the industrial district. The pickup location was a corner near an old warehouse. Not a great area, but not the worst I've been to. I pulled up and waited. A woman got in the back seat. She looked like she was in her 30s, wearing a long gray coat and carrying a small purse. Her hair was dark and pulled back. She looked tired. "Thanks for coming," she said quietly. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. "No problem. Where are we headed?" She gave me an address on the west side of town, about a 20-minute drive. I confirmed it in the app and started driving. She didn't say anything for the first few minutes. Most passengers either want to chat or they're on their phones. She just sat there looking out the window. "Long night?" I asked, trying to be friendly. "You could say that." She didn't elaborate. We drove in silence for a while. I glanced in the rearview mirror a few times. She was still just staring out the window, her face blank. When we were about 5 minutes from her destination, she spoke again. "Do you ever feel like you're stuck in a loop? Like you're doing the same thing over and over? Like Groundhog Day?" I joked. "Something like that." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded. We reached her address, a small house on a quiet street. I pulled up to the curb. "Here you go. Have a good night." She didn't move for a second. Then she said, "You, too. Drive safely." She got out and walked to the house. I waited until she went inside like I always do, then drove off. The ride was rated 5 stars in my app. Standard trip. Saturday night, around the same time, 1:30 a.m., I got another ping. Same pickup location in Riverside near the warehouse. I thought that was weird, but not impossible. Maybe she worked nearby and this was her regular ride home. I pulled up to the same corner. The same woman got in my car. Same gray coat, same purse. She sat in the same spot in the back seat. "Hey again," I said. "Same place as last night?" She looked at me, confused. "Last night?" "Yeah, I picked you up here yesterday. Took you to Hillcrest Street." She shook her head slowly. "I don't think so. I've never used this app before tonight." That didn't make sense. I definitely remembered her, but I didn't want to argue with the passenger. My mistake. Sorry. Where to? She gave me the same address as the night before. Exact same destination. I entered it in the app and started driving. This time I paid more attention to her. She did the same thing. Stared out the window. Didn't talk. Barely moved. About halfway there I tried again. "You sure you haven't used Ride Now before? I could swear I drove you last night." "I'm sure," she said. But her voice had a strange quality to it, like she wasn't entirely certain. We drove in silence again. When we got close to her house, she asked the same question as before. "Do you ever feel like you're stuck in a loop?" The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Those were the exact same words, the exact same timing in the drive. "Yeah," I said carefully. "Sometimes I do." "It's happening to me," she said quietly. "I keep waking up in that warehouse. I keep going home, but I never remember getting there." "What do you mean? You wake up in the warehouse?" She didn't answer. We pulled up to her house. She got out without another word and walked inside. I sat there for a minute, confused and a little creeped out. I checked my ride history. Both rides were listed, Friday night and Saturday night. Same pickup, same destination, same passenger name, Sarah M. I almost didn't drive on Sunday. I thought about staying home, but I needed the money, and I told myself I was being paranoid. It was just a coincidence. Sunday night, 1:30 a.m. I got a ping. Same location in Riverside. My hands were shaking as I drove there. Part of me hoped it would be a different passenger, but I knew it wouldn't be. She was standing on a corner waiting. Same coat, same purse. When I pulled up, she got in. "Hi," I said. "Sarah, right?" She looked startled. "How do you know my name?" "It's in the app. Listen, I've picked you up the last 3 nights. Same place, same time, same destination. Do you remember me at all?" She stared at me in the rearview mirror. Her eyes looked scared. 3 nights? Friday, Saturday, and now Sunday. You asked me the same question both times about being stuck in a loop. Her face went pale. "I don't remember Friday. I barely remember Saturday. I keep waking up in that warehouse behind us. I don't know how I get there. I call a ride home and then nothing. I wake up in the warehouse again." "What's in the warehouse?" "I don't know. I never go inside. I just wake up on the street corner, and it's always 1:15 a.m. every time." I felt cold. "What do you mean every time?" "This has been happening for weeks, maybe longer. I can't remember anymore." Her voice was shaking. "At first I thought I was sleepwalking, but I'm fully dressed. I have my phone and my purse. I call a ride, I go home, I go to bed. Then I wake up on that corner again." "Have you tried staying awake or going somewhere else besides home?" "I've tried. I can't stay awake. As soon as I get home and lie down, I fall asleep immediately, and when I wake up, I'm back there." "What about going to a hospital or the police?" She shook her head. "I tried that. Twice. Same thing happens. I end up back at the warehouse. We were getting close to her house. I didn't want to drop her off. I had a feeling if I did, I'd pick her up again tomorrow night. "What if you don't go home?" I asked. "What if I take you somewhere else?" "Where?" "I don't know. A hotel? A friend's house?" She thought about it. "I don't have any friends in this city. I moved here 6 months ago for work, and I've tried hotels. I wake up at the warehouse anyway." "What about the warehouse itself? Have you tried going inside to see what's in there?" She looked terrified. "No, I'm afraid to." "Maybe that's the answer. Maybe you need to face whatever is in there." "Will you come with me?" I should have said no. I should have dropped her off and never accepted another ride from that area. But something about her desperation, her fear, I couldn't just leave her. "Okay," I said, "let's go back." I turned the car around and drove back to Riverside. When we got to the warehouse, I parked on the street. It was almost 2 a.m. The area was deserted. The warehouse was old brick, 3 stories tall, with broken windows and faded paint. There was a chain-link fence around it with a torn section where you could slip through. "I don't think this is a good idea," Sarah said. "We don't have to go in. We can just look around." We got out of the car. The street was quiet except for distant traffic sounds. We walked to the fence and looked through. There was a loading dock with a metal door. It was slightly open. "That door," Sarah said, "it's always open just like that." "You've seen it before?" "Every time I wake up I can see it from the corner. It's always open a few inches." We stood there for a minute. Then I made a decision. "I'm going to look inside." "Please don't." But I was already walking through the gap in the fence. I heard Sarah following behind me. We got to the loading dock, and I pulled the metal door open wider. Inside was dark, but I could see a hallway with my phone flashlight. The walls were covered in old graffiti. The floor was concrete, cracked and dirty. We walked down the hallway. It opened into a large room that must have been the main warehouse floor. Empty, except for some broken pallets and trash. "There's nothing here," I said. "Wait." Sarah was looking at something in the corner. "There." I shined my light where she was pointing. There was a stairway leading down, a basement. "I don't think we should," I started, but Sarah was already walking toward it. I followed her down the stairs. The basement was smaller than the main floor. It smelled like mildew and rust. My light caught something on the floor. It was a mattress, old and stained. Next to it was a blanket and some empty water bottles. Someone had been living down here. "Sarah," I said quietly, "we should go." She wasn't listening. She was staring at the wall. I moved my light to see what she was looking at. There were photos taped to the wall, dozens of them, all of the same person, all of Sarah. Photos of her at work, at the grocery store, at her house. Photos of her sleeping. Recent photos from the last few months. "Oh my God," she whispered. I heard something above us. Footsteps on the main floor. "We need to leave, now." We ran back to the stairs, but someone was coming down. A man, tall and thin, holding a flashlight. "Sarah," he said calmly, "you brought someone this time. That's new." Sarah grabbed my arm. "Run." We tried to push past him, but he was blocking the stairs. I swung my phone at him and connected with his face. He stumbled, and we got past, running up the stairs and across the warehouse floor. We made it outside and through the fence. I heard him behind us, shouting something I couldn't make out. We got to my car, and I drove away as fast as I could. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. "Who was that?" I asked. "I don't know. I've never seen him before, but he knew my name. We need to call the police." "And tell them what? That I keep waking up near a warehouse where someone is stalking me? They'll think I'm crazy." "You have proof now. Those photos. I saw them too." She pulled out her phone and called 911. She explained the situation. Someone was stalking her. They were hiding in a warehouse. They had photos of her. The dispatcher said they'd send officers to check it out. We drove to a nearby 24-hour diner to wait. Sarah was shaking. I bought us coffee, and we sat in a booth. "How long has this really been happening?" I asked. "I don't know. I thought it was just a few weeks. But what if it's been longer? What if I've been stuck in this loop for months and I don't remember?" The police called back after an hour. They'd searched the warehouse. They found the basement, found the mattress and the photos, but no sign of anyone. They took the photos as evidence and said they'd investigate. "Where's your house?" I asked Sarah. She gave me her address, the same one I'd been driving her to. "But I don't want to go there. What if he knows where I live? What if that's why I keep ending up at the warehouse? What if he's been taking me there?" That made horrible sense. "Do you live alone?" "Yes." "Okay, here's what we're going to do. You're going to stay somewhere else tonight. A hotel, but not one near your house or the warehouse. Somewhere random. And you're going to stay awake. If you feel yourself getting tired, call me. I'll come get you." She nodded. "Okay." I drove her to a hotel on the other side of town. She checked in and texted me her room number. I told her to lock the door and keep her phone on. I went home, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those photos on the wall, about Sarah waking up at the warehouse over and over, about the man in the basement who knew her name. Around 6 a.m., Sarah called me. "I'm still here. I stayed awake all night. I didn't wake up at the warehouse." "That's good. That's really good." The police called. They found out who owns the warehouse. It's been abandoned for 5 years, but they're checking previous tenant records. They're also going to dust for prints in the basement. Over the next few days, the police investigation moved forward. They found prints that matched a man named David Carver, who had worked as a security guard at Sarah's office building. He'd been fired 3 months ago for inappropriate behavior. They arrested him at his apartment. He confessed to everything. He'd been stalking Sarah for months. He'd somehow gotten her routine down. Knew when she went to bed, knew she was a heavy sleeper. He'd been breaking into her house, drugging her water bottle, and taking her to the warehouse while she was unconscious. Then he'd leave her on the corner before the drugs wore off. She'd wake up confused, call a ride home, and the cycle would repeat. She'd go to bed, drink the drugged water, and he'd take her again. He said he never hurt her. He just wanted to be near her. He said he loved her. Sarah's therapist said she might never fully remember all the times it happened. The drugs he used can cause memory loss. She might have been stuck in that loop for months. She moved out of state, changed her name. She texts me sometimes to let me know she's okay. I still drive for Ride now, but I never accept rides from that area of town anymore. And every time I pick up a passenger who seems confused or disoriented, I pay attention. because you never know what kind of hell someone might be stuck in without even knowing it. Sarah was lucky. She broke the loop. But I keep thinking about how many people might be stuck in situations like that and no one realizes because they can't remember enough to ask for help. That's the scariest part, not the stalker in the warehouse, but the idea that your whole reality could be manufactured, that days or weeks or months of your life could be stolen, and you'd never know. Sarah knew something was wrong. She felt the loop. But what if she hadn't? What if she just accepted the confusion as normal? I think about that every night when I'm driving. I look at every passenger and wonder what their story is, what they might be going through that they don't fully understand. And I'm grateful that for Sarah at least, the loop is finally broken, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a contract to restore a remote mountain monastery. The damage to the walls is coming from the inside. I am a master mason. It is a dying trade, I know. In a world of poured concrete, steel girders, and 3D printed prefabs, there aren't many of us left who know how to read the grain of limestone, how to mix lime mortar that can breathe with the seasons, or how to chisel a flying buttress so that it holds the weight of a roof for 1,000 years. I spent the last decade restoring Gothic revivals in New England and patching up crumbling aqueducts in Italy. I like the stone. Stone is honest. It doesn't lie to you. If it's weak, it cracks. If it's strong, it stands. Or so I thought. My business, Caldwell Restoration, was failing. The contracts were drying up, and my debts were mounting. So when the letter arrived by courier, heavy cream paper, wax seal, the whole archaic 9 yards, I didn't throw it out. The offer was from a law firm in Zurich representing a private trust, the Order of St. Valerius. They needed a restoration specialist for a monastery located in the high Alps near the Austrian border. The pay was exorbitant, enough to clear my debts, buy a new house, and retire. The job description was vague: structural reinforcement of the primary sanctuary, repair of water damage, stabilization of the crypts. I took the job. I packed my tools, my chisels, my mallets, my pointers, and my trowels, and flew to Zurich. A helicopter took me the rest of the way. The pilot, a man named Hans who chewed unlit cigars, didn't talk much. We flew over peaks that looked like jagged teeth biting into the gray sky. The air grew thinner, the snow grew deeper. When the monastery finally came into view, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't built on the mountain. It was carved out of it. It was a massive, brooding structure of black basalt, merging seamlessly with the cliff face. It looked less like a place of worship and more like a fortress or prison. There were no roads leading to it, just a helipad on a jutting spur of rock. "I pick you up in 3 months," Hans shouted over the rotor wash as I unloaded my crates. "Radio if you die." "If I die?" I yelled back. He didn't smile. He just banked the chopper and dropped into the valley, leaving me in a silence so profound it made my ears ring. I was met at the massive iron doors by the caretaker, Father Thomas. He was the only person there. He was a small, bird-like man in a tattered cassock, his hand shaking constantly as if vibrating with a low-voltage current. "Mr. Caldwell," he whispered, "you're here. Good. The walls are thirsty." I ignored the odd comment. Religious types often spoke in metaphors. "I'm here to work, Father. Show me the damage." He led me inside. The interior was freezing. The air smelled of incense, ozone, and something metallic like copper coins. There were no pews in the sanctuary, just a vast, empty floor of polished obsidian. The stained glass windows were blocked up with heavy stone slabs, letting in zero light. The only illumination came from flickering electric sconces spaced 50 feet apart. "The damage is in the apse," Father Thomas said, leading me toward the front of the church. "And the crypts?" We reached the main altar. Behind it, the great curved wall of the apse rose 50 feet to the vaulted ceiling. I shone my flashlight on the wall. I have seen structural damage. I have seen walls blown out by cannons, crumbled by earthquakes, and rotted by water. This was different. The stone blocks, massive 2-ton blocks of granite, were pushed outward. From the outside the wall looked solid, but here, from the inside, the blocks were bulging into the sanctuary. The mortar was pulverized, dusting the floor in white powder. "It looks like the mountain is shifting," I said, running my hand over a crack that was 3 inches wide. "Pressure from the rock face behind it." "No," Father Thomas said softly. "There is no mountain behind this wall. There is a void, the reliquary." "A void? Then what pushed the stones in?" He looked at me with watery, terrified eyes. "Nothing pushed them in, Mr. Caldwell. Something is pushing them out." He turned and walked away. "I stay in the bell tower. The rectory is yours. Do not go into the crypts after sunset, and do not listen to the choir." "What choir? You're the only one here." He didn't answer. I spent the first week setting up scaffolding. It was grueling work. The air was thin, and I tired easily. I set up my lights, my mixing station, and my winch. I started examining the masonry in detail. The craftsmanship was ancient, easily 12th century. But the mortar was strange. It was pinkish. I took a sample and analyzed it under my field microscope. It wasn't lime and sand. It was lime and bone, crushed bone, and something that looked like dried blood. "Binding agents," I muttered to myself. "Old superstition makes the wall holy." I started removing the damaged mortar. My plan was to inject an epoxy resin to stabilize the blocks, then repoint them with a modern high-strength mix. On the 4th day, I found the first anomaly. I was 20 feet up on the scaffold, chiseling out a joint between 2 massive blocks. My chisel hit something soft. Usually, when you hit a void in mortar, it feels hollow. This felt squishy. I pulled the chisel out. The tip was coated in a thick black fluid. It looked like tar, but it smelled like spoiled meat. I shone my light into the crack. Deep inside the wall, in the space between the stones, something was moving. It looked like hair. Thick, black, wet strands of hair matted together, shifting sluggishly in the draft. I recoiled, nearly falling off the scaffold. "Rats," I told myself. "A nest." I sprayed a can of expanding foam into the crack. "That'll hold you." That night, I slept in the rectory. It was a stone building adjacent to the main church. I had a small cot, a hot plate, and a bottle of whiskey. At 2 a.m. I woke up. I heard singing. It was coming from the sanctuary. It was a Gregorian chant, low, polyphonic, beautiful. A dozen male voices harmonizing in perfect Latin. Agmenus, Corpus, Dominus, Silentium. I sat up. Father Thomas must have put on a record, or maybe he had guests. I put on my boots and walked across the courtyard to the church. The snow was falling heavily, muffling my footsteps. The great iron doors were unlocked. I pushed one open, just a crack. The sanctuary was dark, save for my work lights illuminating the scaffolding in the distance. The singing was louder here. It vibrated in my chest. I looked around. Father Thomas? The church was empty. I walked toward the altar. The singing wasn't coming from speakers. It was coming from the walls. I put my ear against a cold stone of the nave. The vibration was intense. The stone was conducting the sound. It was coming from below, from the Asha crypts. I walked to the heavy iron grate that covered the stairs to the undercroft. The sound was deafening here. It wasn't just singing anymore. It was screaming. The chant had devolved. The beautiful harmonies were breaking down into jagged, discordant shrieks that layered over each other. Let us out. The stone burns. The mortar is salt. I backed away. I ran back to the rectory and locked the door. I drank half the bottle of whiskey and passed out. The next morning, Father Thomas was waiting for me by the scaffolding. He looked even more haggard than before. "You heard it," he said. It wasn't a question. "Who is down there?" I demanded. "Is there a monk order living in the caves?" "No one lives in the caves," Thomas said. "The crypts are sealed. They have been sealed for 400 years. "Then what is that noise?" "It is the pressure," Thomas said. "Sound is energy. If you trap enough suffering in a box, it becomes a frequency. The frequency pushes against the stone. That is why the walls are bulging, Mr. Caldwell. The sound is trying to escape. That's physically impossible." "Is it? Look at your work." He pointed to the patch I had repaired yesterday, the spot where I had sprayed the foam. The foam was gone. The stone blocks I had stabilized were pushed out another inch. The mortar was wet. I climbed the scaffold. I looked at the joint. The black, taro-like substance was oozing out, and embedded in the ooze were teeth, human teeth, molars, canines, pushed out of the crack like gravel. "The wall is rejecting the repair," Thomas said from the ground. "You cannot use foam. You cannot use epoxy. You must use the old mix." "The bone mix?" "Yes, and the blood. It must be consecrated, or the wall will fall. I'm not killing anyone to fix a wall, Father." "We have supplies," he said grimly, "in the freezer. I should have left then. I should have hiked down the mountain, but I'm stubborn, and I wanted the money, and God help me, I was fascinated. I'd decided to investigate the void behind the wall. The plan showed a reliquary, but no door access. If the pressure was coming from inside, I needed to vent it. I'm an engineer at heart. If a boiler has too much pressure, you open a valve. I took my diamond-tipped core drill. It's a massive machine used to bore holes through concrete for pipes. "I'm going to drill a relief shaft," I told Thomas, "through the center of the apse, into the void. We equalize the pressure." Thomas looked horrified. "You must not pierce the veil. If you make a hole, they will pour out." "It's just air, Father, stale air." I set up the rig. I anchored it to the floor. I aimed the drill bit, a 4-inch cylinder of industrial diamonds, at the center of the bulging wall. I turned it on. The scream of the drill was deafening, drowning out the phantom choir. The bit chewed into the granite. Dust flew. I drilled for an hour. I went 3 feet deep. Then the resistance on the drill changed. It punched through into empty space. I cut the power. Silence. Then a sound came from the hole. Ah! It was the sound of a massive inhalation, as if the room beyond had been in a vacuum for centuries and was now sucking in the air from the sanctuary. The suction was incredible. My dust sheets were ripped off the floor and sucked against the hole. The flame on Father Thomas's candle was pulled horizontal. Then it stopped, and the smell hit us. It wasn't rot, it wasn't death, it was perfume, a sickeningly sweet floral scent, lilies, roses, and ozone. "You've done it," Thomas whispered, falling to his knees. "You've given it a mouth." From the hole I had drilled, a finger emerged. It was long, pale, jointless. It wiggled, testing the air, then another finger, then a hand. The hand grasped the edge of the hole. The stone, the solid granite that had broken my drill bits, began to crumble under the grip of those pale fingers. The stone turned to gray dust, expanding the hole. I grabbed a sledgehammer. "Get back!" I swung at the hand. The hammer connected. It felt like hitting a tire. Bouncy, resilient. The hand didn't break. It grabbed the hammerhead. I tried to pull back. I couldn't. The strength was impossible. The hand pulled. I was dragged across the scaffold. "Help me," I yelled at Thomas. Thomas was praying. He wasn't looking at me. I let go of the hammer. It disappeared into the hole. Then an eye appeared at the widened aperture. It was the size of a dinner plate. It was gold, with a pupil that was a horizontal slit like a goat's. It looked at me, and I heard the voice. Not in my ears, but in the center of my brain. The mason, the builder. "You have come to make us new." I scrambled down the scaffold. I hit the floor running. "We have to go." I grabbed Thomas by his collar and dragged him. "It is too late," Thomas wept. "The integrity is compromised." We ran to the heavy doors. I pushed them open. The blizzard outside had stopped, but the sky wasn't dark. It was green, an aurora swirling directly above the monastery, and standing in the snow surrounding the church were statues. The garden statues, the saints, the gargoyles I had seen on the roof. They were all standing in a semicircle, facing the door. They had moved, and they were looking at us. "They are the wardens," Thomas said. "They don't keep things out. They keep things in, and now that you broke the seal, they are failing." One of the stone saints, a St. Peter holding keys, took a step forward. The sound of stone grinding on stone echoed through the valley. Crunch. His face was blank, but his stone arm raised, pointing at me. "Fix it!" The voice in my head screamed. "Seal it!" I looked back at the sanctuary. The wall was collapsing, not falling down, but dissolving. The pale, fleshy substance was pushing through, expanding like a tumor. I realized then what the monastery was. It wasn't a building. It was a sarcophagus, a shell built around something that had fallen from the sky a long time ago, something that didn't follow the laws of physics. And I had just cracked the lid. "The mortar!" I shouted at Thomas. "Where is the freezer?" We ran to the rectory basement. There was an industrial meat locker there. Inside were buckets, red buckets. I didn't ask where they came from. I grabbed two. We ran back to the church. The entity had pushed halfway into the sanctuary. It was a mass of pale, writhing limbs and golden eyes. It was singing now. The choir was coming from its many mouths. Gloria in excelsis Deo. It was mocking us. I climbed the scaffold. The creature swiped at me with a tentacle made of what looked like human intestines. I dodged. I reached the hole. The creature was squeezing through it. I needed to plug it. I poured the bucket of blood mortar into the mixing trough I had left on the platform. I grabbed my trowel. I didn't have stone blocks. I had nothing to plug the hole with. "Thomas," I yelled, "I need aggregate. I need rocks." There were no rocks on the scaffold. Thomas looked up at me. He looked at the creature. He looked at the statues closing in on the doors. "Aggregate," he whispered. He climbed the ladder. He stood next to me. "I am the keeper," he said. "I am the stone." Before I could stop him, he stepped off the platform. He didn't jump to the floor. He jumped into the hole, into the mass of writhing flesh. The creature shrieked. It recoiled. It didn't like the taste of him. For a second, it pulled back into the void. I didn't hesitate. It was instinct, masonry instinct. I shoveled the blood mortar into the hole, packing it in over Thomas's body. I packed it tight. I grabbed a loose stone block from the repair pile and slammed it into the wet mix. I channeled every ounce of strength I had. I sealed it. The screaming stopped. The singing stopped. The mortar set instantly. It hissed, turning from red to gray in seconds. I fell back onto the scaffold, gasping for air. The wall was silent. I climbed down. I walked to the doors. The statues were gone. They were back on their pedestals in the garden, back on the roof. I was alone. I spent the next 2 months finishing the job. I used the mix from the freezer. I didn't think about what it was. I just worked. I reinforced every crack. I sealed every joint. When the helicopter came back, I was 10 pounds lighter, and my hair had turned white. Hans landed the chopper. "You look like hell," he said. "Where is the priest?" "He retired," I said. "He's part of the foundation now." We flew away. I looked back at the monastery. It looked solid, impenetrable. But as we banked over the ridge, I saw something. On the roof of the church, the gargoyles. There were 12 of them when I arrived. Now there were 13. The new one was small, bird-like. It was wearing a tattered cassock carved from stone. And it was looking up at the helicopter. It was screaming. I got paid. I retired. I live in a house made of wood now, by the sea. But sometimes, when the wind is right, I can hear it in the timber, the singing, and I know that stone doesn't last forever. Even granite erodes. Someday the mortar will crumble, and the choir will sing again. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I downloaded an app that translates dead languages. It just started translating the silence in my apartment. I am an archivist for a mid-sized university museum in New England. My job, for the most part, is quiet. I spend my days in a sub-basement that smells of dust and vinegar, stabilizing old manuscripts, cataloging vellum scrolls, and digitizing letters from people who have been dead for 300 years. I like the silence. I've always preferred the company of history to the company of the living. The dead don't make small talk. The dead don't ask you why you're 35 and single. The dead just wait to be read. I found the app on a forum for linguistic cryptography. It wasn't on the App Store or Google Play. It was a beta build, hosted on a private server. The thread was titled Project Acheron, Neural Network Translation for Non-Standard Syntax. The description claimed it used a new kind of AI architecture, quantum natural language processing, to decipher texts that had previously been considered untranslatable. Linear A, the Voynich manuscript, Proto-Elamite. The developer, a user named VoidWalker99, claimed the AI didn't just look for patterns in letters, it looked for intent in the data structure. It sounded like pseudo-scientific garbage, but I was desperate. I had a backlog of 17th century cipher journals from a local occultist that had stumped me for months. I downloaded the APK file. The icon was a simple black square with a white, jagged line running through it. I installed it on my tablet last Friday. I set the tablet up on my workstation, opened the app, and pointed the camera at the cipher. The interface was austere. No menus, no settings, just a camera view and a text box at the bottom overlaying reality. It worked instantly. It was terrifyingly fast. The gibberish symbols on the parchment shimmered on the screen, replaced by glowing green English text. The journal wasn't a spell book. It was a ledger of debts. Boring, mundane, but translated perfectly. I spent the next 6 hours feeding it everything I had. It cracked codes I'd spent years agonizing over. I felt a rush of adrenaline that only a massive nerd understands. I was unlocking secrets. At 8 p.m., the automatic lights in the archives flickered and dimmed to night mode. I decided to pack up. I left the app open on the tablet as I cleaned my glasses. The tablet was propped up against a stack of books, the camera pointing out into the empty, darkened aisle of the archive shelves. I was reaching for my bag when the tablet pinged. A soft, digital chime. I looked at the screen. A text box had appeared at the bottom. "It is cold in the rose." I frowned. I looked at the parchment in front of the lens. I had already moved the journal. The camera was pointing at empty air. Just the metal shelving units and the darkness between them. I wiped the lens. Maybe it was picking up a pattern in the dust, or the spine of a book looked like text. Ping. "He is cleaning the glass. He cannot see us." My blood went cold. I froze, holding my glasses cloth. I looked around the room. Hello? Silence. Just the hum of the HVAC system at the settling of the building. I looked back at the screen. The green text was floating in the augmented reality overlay, hovering in the middle of the aisle, roughly at head height. Ping. "He speaks to the air. He thinks he is alone." I grabbed the tablet. I tapped the screen, trying to find a reset or calibration button. There was nothing. The AI was interpreting visual data. But what data? There was nothing there. "This is a bug," I whispered. "It's a glitched predictive text algorithm." Ping. "Not a bug. We are the syntax of the void." I shut the tablet off. I shoved it in my bag. I practically ran out of the building. I told myself I was exhausted. I told myself that staring at handwriting for 10 hours had fried my brain and the AI was just hallucinatory software. I went home to my apartment. I live on the 3rd floor of a brownstone. It's a safe space, thick walls, double locks. I poured myself a glass of wine and ordered Thai food. I refused to look at the tablet, but curiosity is a disease. Around 11 p.m., after 2 glasses of Merlot, I pulled the tablet out. I needed to debug it. I needed to prove it was just picking up random noise and assigning words to it. That's what AI does. It hallucinates meaning where there is none. I sat on my sofa. My living room was lit only by the street lamps outside. I turned the tablet on. I opened Project Acheron. I pointed the camera at my white living room wall, a blank canvas, no patterns. The screen remained clear for a minute. Then a flicker. Ping. The wine makes his blood slow. I stared at the wall. Nothing. I looked at the screen. The text was anchored to the corner of the ceiling, right above the floor lamp. Ping. He brought the eye into the house. We have been waiting for an eye. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. The text didn't change based on my voice. The app didn't use a microphone. It used the camera. It was reading something. Ping. We are the residents of the spaces between. We are the static. I stood up and panned the camera around the room. The living room was full of them, not them in a visual sense. I couldn't see monsters. But the screen was filled with text boxes. They were floating on the sofa, standing by the window, hanging from the ceiling fan. Hungry, cold, touches hair. Look at the skin. It is soft. There were dozens of distinct voices, represented by different spatial tags. I ran to the kitchen. I pointed the camera at the sink. Drown. I pointed it at the knife block. Cut. I dropped the tablet on the counter. It clattered loudly. I backed away, breathing hard. This was an elaborate prank. Someone had hacked the tablet. They were watching me through the camera and typing these things. That had to be it. A hacker. Void Walker Dynamite. I grabbed a piece of duct tape from my junk drawer and taped over the camera lens. Ha! I said, my voice cracking. Try seeing now. I looked at the screen. It was black, obviously, because the lens was covered, but the text boxes appeared anyway. Ping. You cannot blind the algorithm, Thomas. It does not see light. It sees the waveform of reality. It used my name. I didn't sleep that night. I locked myself in the bathroom with the lights on. I left the tablet in the kitchen. The next morning, Saturday, I decided to go to the source. I needed to find the developer. I went to the forum where I downloaded the app. The thread was gone. Deleted. I searched the user Void Walker 999. I found one result. A cached news article from a local paper in Oregon, dated 4 years ago. Local programmer missing. Police find disturbing setup in basement. The article detailed the disappearance of a man named Eric Vance. He was a brilliant coder who had become obsessed with instrumental transcommunication, ITC, the idea of using technology to talk to spirits. Police found his basement filled with servers, cameras, and microphones running 24/7, but Eric was gone. There was no body, just a final entry in his digital log that read, I have compiled the code. I am going to upload myself. I sat in the coffee shop, reading this on my phone, feeling nausea roll over me if the code was him or opened by him. I went back to my apartment. I had to destroy the tablet. It was the bridge. When I unlocked my door, the air in the apartment felt heavy. It felt pressurized like the cabin of an airplane. I walked into the kitchen. The tablet was where I left it, but the tape was gone. I had taped the lens. I remembered doing it. I remembered the texture of the silver duct tape. The tape was peeled off, crumpled into a ball, and sitting next to the device. I picked up the tablet. The battery was at 1%. The app was open. The screen was pointing at me. There was only one text box on the screen now. It was large. It was red. And it was hovering directly over my own chest in the image. You are a vessel. We fit inside. I smashed the tablet. I didn't hesitate. I took a meat tenderizer from the drawer and I brought it down on the screen until it was nothing but glass dust and twisted metal. I threw the debris into a trash bag and took it to the dumpster outside. I felt better. I felt like I had excised a tumor. I spent the rest of the day out of the house. I went to a movie. I walked in the park. I needed noise. I needed life. I came home at 10 p.m. I sat on my couch. I turned on my smart TV to watch Netflix. The TV screen flickered. It wasn't the Netflix logo. It was the camera feed. My smart TV has a built-in camera for gesture control and Skype. I never use it. I forgot it was even there. The image on the massive 65-inch screen was my living room, grainy and low light, and sitting on the couch, staring at the TV was me, and standing behind the couch were the words. They weren't just text boxes anymore. The text was clustering. It was forming shapes. Thousands of tiny words: hate, envy, cold, take, skin, were swarming together like bees to form a silhouette. A tall human-shaped silhouette made entirely of green text, standing directly behind my head. I couldn't move. I stared at the TV. The text figure raised a hand. The hand was made of the word reach, repeated 1,000 times. It reached down toward my head on the screen. On the TV, I saw the figure touch me. In reality, I felt it. It felt like a bucket of ice water was poured down my spine, but it went deeper. It felt like freezing fingers pushing through my scalp into the gray matter of my brain. I screamed and threw the remote at the TV. The screen cracked, but the image didn't die. The figure made of words leaned closer to my ear on the screen. New text appeared, massive, scrolling across the bottom like a breaking news ticker. We do not need the device anymore. We have learned the pathway. I ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. I'm writing this from a 24-hour diner 3 blocks away. I have been here for 6 hours. The waitress thinks I'm homeless. Maybe I am. I can't go back there. But the terrifying thing isn't the apartment. It's my eyes. About an hour ago, I blinked, and when I opened my eyes for a split second, I didn't see the diner menu. I saw text, overlaying the waitress's face, in faint, glowing green letters. She is tired. She has a weak heart. I looked at my coffee cup. Poison, slow, caffeine. I looked at the window. They are gathering outside. It's not in the app anymore. It's in my optic nerve. The code uploaded itself to me. I am the new interface, and the silence. The silence isn't silent anymore. I can hear them reading the text. I can hear 1,000 whispering voices narrating the world around me, judging it, hungry for it. The waitress is walking over to me now. I can see the text floating above her head. He knows too much. Cut the feed. She's holding a coffee pot, but the text on the pot says, scald. She tripped. Hot coffee is everywhere. It burns. But as I'm screaming, I see the text appearing on my own burning arm. Pain is data. Uploading. I have to stop writing. My hands are starting to type things I'm not thinking. If you see a link for Project Acheron, don't click it. And if you're in a quiet room right now and you feel a sudden chill, don't look behind you, because now that I've told you about them, new user detected. Found you, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I started recording my sleep to prove I wasn't crazy. I wish I'd never listened back. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do with it, and because if something happens to me, at least there will be a record that I tried to explain it. This isn't a creepypasta. I'm not a writer. I don't even use Reddit much. But I've read enough real stories on here to know this is the place where people won't immediately laugh it off. This happened over the last 3 weeks, and it's still ongoing. It started with the sounds. I live alone in a small 1-bedroom apartment on the 2nd floor of an older building. Thin walls, old pipes, the usual stuff. I've lived here for almost 2 years with no real issues. The kind of place where you get used to every normal noise. The radiator clicking, the guy upstairs pacing at night, the distant hum of traffic. So when I first heard the breathing, I told myself it was just that. Normal building noise filtered through half-asleep paranoia. The first night, It sounded like someone exhaling right next to my bed. Not loud, not dramatic, just a slow, wet breath, like air moving through a partially blocked nose. I woke up instantly, heart racing, completely alert. The room was dark, lit only by the faint glow of my alarm clock. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. I lay there for a long time, convincing myself it was a dream, until my heart slowed down enough for me to sleep again. The second night, it happened again. Same sound, same feeling of someone being close, too close. This time, I sat up and turned on the lamp. I checked my closet, under the bed, behind the bathroom door. Everything was exactly as it should be. I even laughed at myself a little. Stress, I thought. Maybe sleep apnea. Maybe I was hearing my own breathing amplified in my head. The third night was when I realized something was wrong. I woke up to the sound again, but this time it didn't stop when I held my breath. It kept going, slow, steady, patient. I lay completely still, staring at the dark ceiling, counting the seconds between each inhale and exhale. It wasn't mechanical like a fan or a pipe. There was variation to it, slight pauses, a faint, almost imperceptible wheeze at the end of each breath. It sounded human, and it was coming from my side of the bed. I didn't move. I don't know why. Every instinct screamed at me to turn on the light, to jump up, to run, but fear pinned me in place. I felt like if I moved, whoever or whatever was there would know I was awake. After maybe 30 seconds, it stopped. Just stopped. I didn't sleep at all after that. When the sun came up, I felt ridiculous trying to explain it to myself. No signs of a break-in. Doors locked, windows shut, no reason to think someone had been there. That's when I decided to record myself sleeping. I figured, best case scenario, I'd catch myself snoring or sleep-talking and feel stupid. Worst case, I'd have proof I wasn't imagining it. I used an old phone, plugged it in, and left it on the nightstand with a sleep recording app running. The first night I recorded, nothing unusual happened. I listened back the next morning while making coffee. Just the normal sounds of sleep. Shifting, sheets rustling, an occasional sigh. I felt relieved. Embarrassed, even. The second night, though, the app flagged an unusual sound at 3:17 a.m. I almost didn't listen. Something about that little marker on the timeline made my stomach tighten, but I told myself that was the point of doing this. I tapped play. At first, it was just silence. Then I heard myself breathing, slow, deep, asleep. Then, very faintly, another breath. Not synced with mine. It was quieter than my breathing, like it was farther from the phone. But it was unmistakable. Another rhythm, slightly off, slightly delayed. I felt cold all over listening to it. Then came the sound that made me drop the phone. A soft voice, barely above a whisper. It said my name. Not loudly, not clearly, like someone testing the sound of it in their mouth. I replayed it over and over, hoping I'd misheard. But every time, it was there. My name. I didn't go to work that day. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, replaying the recording, checking my apartment again and again. There was no sign of anyone else being there, no missing items, no disturbed locks. That night, I slept with the lights on. Nothing happened, no breathing, no voice. The recording was clean. I thought maybe whatever it was had stopped, or maybe I'd scared myself into hallucinating. Then, 2 nights later, it came back. This time, I didn't wake up during it. I only know what happened because of the recording. The app flagged multiple sounds that night. When I listened back, I heard myself sleeping as usual. Then, at around 2:48 a.m., the other breathing started again. Closer this time, louder. Then I heard movement, a soft creak, like the mattress compressing slightly. I heard fabric shift, and then I heard my own voice. I was talking in my sleep, but I wasn't saying nonsense. I was responding. A pause. Then my voice said, "I'm tired." Another pause. "I'll work tomorrow." Long silence. Then, faintly, that other voice again. Too quiet to make out the words. My voice replied, clearer this time. "Just for a minute." I felt sick listening to that. I don't sleepwalk. I don't have conversations in my sleep. I've never done anything like that before. At 2:51 a.m., the recording cut off abruptly. Not ended normally, just stopped. The phone was still plugged in when I checked it the next morning. The battery was full. The app log showed the session as interrupted. That was the first time I considered calling the police. But what would I even say? Something breathes next to me at night and whispers my name. Instead, I did something stupid. I set up a camera. I borrowed a small indoor security camera from a friend, told him I thought someone was messing with my apartment. I set it on a shelf across from my bed, angled to capture most of the room. It had night vision and motion detection. I locked my door. I wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I checked the footage. Most of the night was uneventful. Me tossing and turning, the room empty. At 3:02 a.m., the motion alert triggered. Nothing happened for several seconds. Then the image shifted slightly, like the camera had trouble focusing. And something was standing at the foot of my bed. It was tall, too tall. Its head was almost brushing the ceiling, but its body was bent forward at an angle that made my neck ache just looking at it. It didn't move like a person. It didn't sway or adjust its balance. It was completely still, like a mannequin posed mid-step. The night vision washed out details, but I could see its outline clearly. Long arms hanging down, fingers that looked too many-jointed, bending at wrong places. It didn't have a face. Where its face should have been was just darkness, not shadow, absence, like the camera couldn't register anything there. It stood there for nearly 4 minutes. Then it leaned closer, not stepping forward, just folding, joints bending inward, bringing that empty face closer to mine. The camera glitched. Static filled the screen for half a second, and then it was gone. At 3:07 a.m., the motion alert stopped. I haven't slept in my bed since. I'm writing this from my couch during the day, with every light on and the camera still running. The recordings from last night show nothing, but I can feel it watching me. Not from a specific place, just present. Sometimes, when the apartment is quiet enough, I hear breathing again, not next to me, inside me, like something learned the rhythm of my lungs and never stopped copying it. If anyone has experienced anything like this, if this sounds familiar, please tell me what to do. Because last night, while I was wide awake, I heard it whisper my name again, and this time it came from my own mouth. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Archive of the Unclaimed. I am writing this statement on a piece of paper I stole from the lobby of a police station in Nebraska. I don't live in Nebraska. I don't know anyone in Nebraska. But I drove until my car ran out of gas, and this is where I stopped. My hands are stained black. No matter how much I scrub them with industrial soap, the blackness doesn't come off. It's not ink. It's not oil. It's underneath the skin. If you are reading this, do not take the job at the sub-level 4 storage facility in Detroit. If you see an ad on a telephone pole or a Craigslist post asking for a night archivist with a pay rate of $40 an hour, cash, close your eyes. Walk away. Forget you ever saw it. I was 26 years old. I was a dropout with a mountain of debt and a landlord who liked to bang on my door at 6 a.m. asking for rent money I didn't have. I was desperate. That is the word that defines everyone who ends up at the archive. Desperation. I met the hiring manager, a man named Mr. Calloway, in a portable office trailer sitting in the middle of a fenced-off concrete lot. He was a small man, bald with glasses so thick his eyes looked like tiny black beads swimming in water. He didn't ask for a resume. He didn't ask for a background check. "Can you lift 50 pounds?" he asked. His voice was dry, like sandpaper rubbing together. "Yes," I said. "Are you claustrophobic?" "No." "Do you have family that checks on you daily?" "No," I lied. I had a mom in Ohio, but we hadn't talked in months. "Good," Calloway said. He stamped a piece of paper. "You start tonight, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Your job is simple. You walk the rows. You check for moisture. You check for structural integrity of the boxes. And you never, under any circumstances, open a box marked with a red tag." "What's in the boxes with red tags?" I asked. Calloway looked up. His beady eyes went cold. "Personal effects of the unclaimed. Things the state doesn't know what to do with, but can't destroy. Just check the humidity, kid. Don't be a hero." The facility wasn't a building. It was a hole. To get to work, I had to take a freight elevator that rattled and screamed as it descended. It took 3 full minutes to get to the bottom, sub-level 4. It was deep enough that the air felt heavy. It pressed against your eardrums. It smelled of old paper, mildew, and something sharp and metallic, like pennies that had been soaking in vinegar. The archive was massive. It was a concrete cavern filled with endless rows of metal shelving. The shelves went up 20 feet, reaching the dark ceiling where flickering fluorescent tube lights buzzed like dying insects. The rows stretched back so far you couldn't see the end. It was a labyrinth of cardboard and steel. My station was a small desk near the elevator. I had a flashlight, a clipboard, and a radio that only received static. The first week was agonizingly boring. I walked the rows. My footsteps echoed, creating a slap, slap, slap sound that bounced off the concrete walls. I shined my light on thousands of boxes. Most were white bankers' boxes with boring labels. Tax records 1998, city plan in depth, court transcripts. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that hurts. If I stopped walking, I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I could hear the hum of the ventilation system, which sounded like a giant beast breathing in its sleep. The weirdness started on the second Monday. I was in row 40, a section called the Deep Stacks. This was where the older boxes were. The air was colder back there. The lights were dimmer. I was checking a shelf when I heard it. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounded like a mouse scratching at cardboard. "Great," I muttered. "Rats." I took my flashlight and followed the sound. It was coming from a box on the bottom shelf. It was an old box, brown and sagging. It had a red tag. The label on the tag was handwritten in faded black marker. Item, gas 8490, unknown. Origin, recovered from Site B. I crouched down. The scratching was coming from inside the box. Scritch, scritch. Then it stopped. "Hello?" I whispered. I felt stupid talking to a box. A voice whispered back. It wasn't a rat. It was a human voice, a woman's voice. "It's so tight," she whispered. "My fingers are breaking." I fell backward, landing hard on the concrete. I scrambled away, shining my light on the box. It sat there, motionless. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice cracked. Silence. I stood up, shaking. I told myself it was the acoustics, the ventilation fans playing tricks on my tired brain. I marked check for rodents on my clipboard and practically ran back to my desk. I didn't tell Calloway. I needed the money. I couldn't lose this job over a hallucination. 3 nights later, the leaking started. I was doing my rounds in row 12. I smelled it before I saw it. It smelled like rotten lilacs and burnt hair. It was a thick, cloying scent that coated the back of my throat. I followed the smell to a shelf at eye level. There was a box with a red tag. Label, family case. 102, evidence. A black liquid was oozing out of the bottom corner of the box. It wasn't water. It was thick, viscous, like tar or molasses. It dripped onto the floor with a heavy plop, plop, plop. I shone my flashlight on the puddle. The black liquid was moving. It wasn't flowing downhill. It was swirling, bubbling, as if it was boiling, but the room was freezing cold. As I watched, the puddle stretched out a thin tendril, like a finger, reaching toward the toe of my boot. I stepped back. Nope, 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 nope. I grabbed my radio. "Calloway? Mr. Calloway, are you there?" Static. I walked back to the desk to use the landline phone. It was dead. No dial tone, just a low, rhythmic thumping sound on the line, like a heartbeat. I went back to row 12 with a roll of duct tape. I don't know why. I thought maybe I could seal the box. When I got back to row 12, the box was gone. The shelf was empty. The puddle of black slime was gone. The floor was dry. I checked the row number. Row 12. I was sure of it. Then I looked at the shelf above. The box was there. It had moved up one shelf. I hadn't touched it. There was no one else in the facility. The elevator hadn't moved. I stared at the box. The black liquid was now seeping through the cardboard faster, soaking the bottom. "Why did you move?" I whispered. The box vibrated. It shook violently, rattling against the metal shelf. Then a sound came from inside. Not a whisper this time, a scream. It was a muffled, high-pitched scream of absolute agony. It sounded like a man being crushed in a compactor. "Let me out!" The scream was so loud it shook dust from the ceiling. I dropped my flashlight. Darkness swallowed the row. I scrambled on the floor, feeling for the metal cylinder. My hand brushed against something wet, something sticky. I recoiled. I found the light and clicked it on. The black slime was on my hand. It burned. It felt like acid. I wiped it on my pants, panicking. The screaming stopped. The box sat there, silent. I ran. I ran all the way to the elevator and hit the button. I stood there shivering, waiting for the slow, agonizing descent of the cage. When it finally arrived, I took it up to the surface and sat in my car until sunrise. I should have quit then. I really should have. But I checked my bank account balance on my phone. Negative $40. Rent was due in 2 days. I went back. God help me, I went back. That was night 7, the last night. When I arrived, Calloway wasn't in the trailer. The door was unlocked. His coffee cup was on the desk, mold growing in the cold liquid. A note was taped to the monitor. Check row 99. Urgent! I'd never been to row 99. The facility supposedly ended at row 80. I took the elevator down. The air was different tonight. It was hot, humid. The smell of rotten lilacs was everywhere, overpowering. I walked past rows, 10, 20, 50. The lights were buzzing louder, popping and flickering. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision. I reached row 80. Behind it, there was a heavy plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling, painted with a warning, "Do not enter. Structural instability." I pulled the tarp back. There was a tunnel. It wasn't concrete anymore. The walls were rough-hewn rock, braced with old rotting wood beams. Shelves had been hammered directly into the rock. This was row 99. The boxes here weren't cardboard. They were wooden crates bound in chains. Some were metal safes. All of them had red tags. But the tags didn't have numbers anymore. They had names: Allison, Michael, the Traveler, Subject 4, and they were all leaking. The floor of the tunnel was covered in inches of the black sludge. It rippled like a dark ocean. I stepped onto a wooden pallet to keep my boots dry. "Hello?" I called out. "Mr. Calloway?" I heard a splashing sound further down the tunnel. I shone my light. Mr. Calloway was standing at the end of the tunnel, facing the wall. He was standing shin-deep in the black slime. "Mr. Calloway," I said, stepping closer, "we need to get out of here. It's flooding." Calloway didn't turn around, but he spoke. "It's not flooding, Jack. It's emptying." He knew my name. I had never told him my name. "What do you mean?" I asked. Calloway turned around slowly. My stomach dropped. His eyes were gone. The sockets were filled with the black sludge. It poured down his cheeks like tears. His mouth was open in a rictus grin, and the sludge was bubbling up from his throat, spilling over his lips. "They aren't personal effects, Jack," Calloway gurgled. The voice sounded wet, thick. "They are the discarded, the memories people cut out, the sins cities want to bury, and they are so hungry." Calloway took a step toward me. The black sludge on the floor rose up. It wasn't liquid. It was a hive mind. It formed shapes, hands. Hundreds of black, oily hands rising from the muck, grasping at the air. "Join the archive," Calloway said. He spread his arms. The hands grabbed his legs. They pulled. Calloway didn't scream. He laughed. He laughed as the sludge pulled him down. He sank like he was in quicksand. The blackness swallowed his waist, his chest, his neck. His head remained above the surface for a moment. "Check the box, Jack," he whispered. "Your box." Then he was gone. I backed away, terrified. The sludge was rushing toward me, a tidal wave of oil and hate. I turned to run, but I slipped. I fell face first onto a wooden crate. My light shined on the label, Jackson Miller, the night archivist. It was my name. It was my box, and it was shaking. Something inside was pounding on the wood. Thump, thump, thump. "Let me out!" A voice screamed from inside the box. It was my voice. It was me inside the box. I stared at it, paralyzed. How could I be in the box if I was standing here? The lid of the crate began to pry open. Black fingers curled over the edge. A face pushed its way out. It was my face, but it was made of the black slime. It had my eyes, my nose, my mouth, but it was melting, shifting. "You're late for your shift," the thing that looked like me hissed. I scrambled backward. The sludge on the floor grabbed my boot. It burned. It felt like it was eating through the leather. I kicked my foot loose, leaving the boot behind. I ran. I ran back through the tunnel, past the tarp, into the concrete section. The archive was alive. Every box in every row was rattling, millions of boxes, a cacophony of scratching, screaming, and crying. The noise was deafening. It sounded like a stadium full of people burning to death. The black liquid was pouring from the shelves, creating waterfalls of slime. I sprinted for the elevator. My sock was soaked in the sludge. My foot felt numb, dead. I reached the elevator. I hit the button. Nothing happened. I hit it again. Come on, come on! I looked back at the rows. A wave of blackness was rushing down the main aisle. At the crest of the wave was Calloway, or what was left of him. His body was fused with others. Faces I didn't know, women, children, men, all screaming in unison. The Unclaimed! The collective voice roared. I pried the elevator doors open with my fingers. The car wasn't there. It was still at the top. There was a ladder in the shaft. I didn't hesitate. I jumped for the ladder. I climbed until my muscles screamed. Below me, the sludge filled the elevator shaft. It was rising. I could hear them climbing the ladder behind me, wet, slapping sounds. Slap, slap, slap. We remember you, Jack, the voices whispered from the dark below. We have your debt. We have your fear. I reached the top, sub-level 1, then the lobby. I burst out of the shaft door and rolled onto the linoleum floor of the loading dock. It was night outside. The air was cool. I ran to my car. I drove. I didn't look back at the warehouse. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I drove for 3 days straight. I stole gas. I slept in rest stops for 20 minutes at a time. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I stopped at a gas station to wash my hands. My foot had turned black. The skin was hard, like a shell, and my hands, the stains won't come off. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is what happened an hour ago. I was sitting in this police station lobby, trying to work up the courage to turn myself in, to tell them everything. A delivery man walked in. He was carrying a package, a brown cardboard box. He set it on the counter near me. The label on the box caught my eye. Jackson Miller, recovered effects. It had a red tag, and it was leaking. A single drop of black liquid fell from the corner of the box and hit the pristine white floor. Plop! I heard a scratching sound from inside. Scritch, scritch. And then a whisper. I'm still in here, Jack. You left me in the dark. I stood up and walked out. I left my car. I'm walking now. I'm walking into the cornfields. I can feel the blackness spreading up my leg. It feels cold. It feels heavy. I know what happens when it reaches my heart. I won't die. That would be too easy. I will become a box. And someone, some desperate kid who needs money, is going to be hired to watch me. Please, if you see the ad, if you see the job for the archive, don't let me out. Whatever you do, don't let me out. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I downloaded an app to record my sleep talking. It recorded a conversation between me and someone under my bed. I am a rational man. I work in logistics. I deal with spreadsheets, shipping containers, and hard data. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in demons. And I certainly didn't believe that my one-bedroom apartment on the 5th floor of a secure complex was anything other than a box of drywall and IKEA furniture. I started using the app, SleepSpeak, about 3 weeks ago. My girlfriend, Emily, had stayed over a few times and complained that I was mumbling in my sleep. She said it was creepy, that I sounded like I was arguing with someone. She broke up with me for unrelated reasons, or so she said, but the comment stuck. I wanted to know what I was saying. Was it stress? Suppressed anger? Apnea? The app is simple. It runs in the background. It uses a noise gate to ignore silence and the hum of the air conditioner, only recording when it detects distinct vocal frequencies. In the morning, it gives you a list of events with timestamps. Night 1 to 3 were uneventful. A few recordings of me snoring. One recording of me groaning and shifting the duvet. I felt silly for even using it. Night 4 was when it started. I woke up on Tuesday morning feeling drained, like I'd run a marathon in my sleep. I grabbed my phone and saw the notification. 4 new events detected. I clicked the first one. 2:03 a.m. Me, muffled. No, the red one. Just nonsense, dream gibberish. I clicked the second one. 3:15 a.m. Me, put it back. Still normal. I clicked the third one. 3:45 a.m. The waveform on the screen was different. Usually my voice showed up as a jagged blue block of sound. This recording had that, but intertwined with it was a second, much thinner, sharper red spike. I pressed play. Me, groggy. It's too tight. Silence for 3 seconds. Voice B, it has to be tight, or it won't fit. I dropped the phone on my duvet. My heart did a somersault in my chest. I sat there in the morning light, staring at the screen. The voice, it wasn't Emily. It wasn't a neighbor shouting through the wall. It was a whisper, a dry, rasping whisper. And the audio fidelity was terrifying. It sounded like the source was inches from the microphone. My phone charged on my nightstand right next to my head. I played it again. It has to be tight or it won't fit. The voice sounded genderless. It sounded like dead leaves skittering on pavement. I searched the apartment immediately. I checked the closets, the shower, the utility cupboard. Nothing. The windows were locked. The front door was dead bolted. I live alone. I told myself it was interference. Maybe the app picked up a radio frequency, a crossed line. I deleted the app. I went to work. But by the time I got home, the curiosity was eating me alive. I'm a data guy. Anomalies bother me. If it was interference, I could prove it. I re-downloaded the app. I also bought a standalone digital voice recorder, a high-end Sony model I used for meetings. I placed the phone on the nightstand and the Sony recorder on the floor, sliding it halfway under the bed. My bed is a heavy wooden frame that sits about 6 inches off the ground. Just enough space for dust bunnies and lost socks. Night 5. I didn't sleep well. I lay there listening to the settling of the building. Eventually, exhaustion took over. I woke up and went straight to the devices. The app showed 12 new events. The Sony recorder showed continuous audio, but marked spikes in decibels. I synced them up on my laptop. Event 1, 1:15 a.m. Me. Where are you going? Voice BR from under the bed. Just checking the seams. Go back to sleep, Caleb. I stopped the playback. I felt like I was going to throw up. It knew my name. The audio from the Sony recorder, the one on the floor, was clearer. The voice wasn't coming from the room. It was coming from above the recorder. It was coming from the underside of the mattress. I listened to the rest. It was a conversation, a long, mundane, terrifying conversation. 2:30 a.m. Me. Is it morning? Voice B. Not yet. 2 more hours. You need to rest the vessel. Me. Okay. 3:45 a.m. Me. It itches. Voice B. I know. The stretching is the hardest part. I'll apply more salve. Sound. A wet, slapping sound. Like raw meat being dropped on a counter. Slap. Slap. I stood up and backed away from the bed. I looked at the mattress. It was a standard memory foam mattress I'd bought online a year ago. I grabbed a pocket knife from my dresser. I stripped the sheets off. I flipped the mattress over. The underside was pristine. White fabric, no tears, no holes, no stains. I felt like I was losing my mind. Was I pranking myself? Was I doing a ventriloquist act in my sleep? I decided to stay awake. Night 6. I drank 3 Red Bulls. I set up a camera on a tripod in the corner of the room, pointing at the bed. I sat in my gaming chair with the lights on, determined to catch this thing. 3 a.m. passed. 4 a.m. passed. Nothing happened. The room was silent. At 5 a.m., my eyes were burning. I blinked, just a long, slow blink. When I opened them, sunlight was streaming through the blinds. I panicked. I looked at the clock. 9:30 a.m. I had fallen asleep in the chair. I rushed to the camera. It was off. The battery was dead. That was impossible. I had plugged it into the wall AC adapter. I checked the outlet. The plug had been pulled. I checked the Sleep Speak app on my phone, which was still on the nightstand. 1 new event. Time, 5:02 a.m. 2 minutes after I closed my eyes. I pressed play. Voice B. He is trying to see us. Me. Voice sounded different, flatter. He is scared. Voice B. He should be. We are not ready for the transfer. The skin is still too tight around the shoulders. Me. I will eat more. Expand the surface area. Voice B. Good. Now, delete the video. I heard the sound of footsteps on the recording. My footsteps. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I found my roommate's secret room. I need to write this down while it's still fresh in my mind. I'm sitting in a McDonald's parking lot right now because I can't go back to that apartment. I don't think I'll ever go back. Let me start from the beginning. 3 months ago, I moved to Portland for a new job. The apartment market was brutal, and I was running out of money from hotels, so when I saw a Craigslist ad for a room in a 2-bedroom apartment for only $400 a month, I jumped on it. The ad said the current tenant was looking for a quiet roommate who kept to themselves. That was perfect for me since I'm pretty introverted anyway. The guy's name was Marcus. When we met to look at the place, he seemed normal enough. He was maybe 35, tall, kinda skinny, with dark hair and the glasses. He worked from home doing something with computers. He told me the apartment was in his late grandmother's name, which is why the rent was so cheap. She'd passed away 2 years ago, but he'd kept paying the rent to the building management, and they never bothered to update the lease. The apartment itself was older, but clean. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a small kitchen, and living room. My room was tiny, but it had a window, and that was good enough for me. Marcus showed me around, told me the Wi-Fi password, said I could use anything in the kitchen. He had only 2 rules. Don't go in his bedroom, and don't make noise after 10 p.m. because he had to wake up early for work calls. Easy enough. I moved in that weekend. The first month was fine. Marcus and I barely saw each other. He spent most of his time in his room with the door closed. I'd hear him typing, occasionally talking on the phone in a low voice. Sometimes I'd hear other sounds, too. Moving furniture, something being dragged across the floor, weird thumping. But I figured he was just rearranging stuff or exercising or whatever. Not my business. He was tidy, always cleaned up after himself in the kitchen, never left. Messes in the bathroom. The perfect roommate, honestly. We'd exchange maybe 10 words a day. Morning. Hey. Have a good day. That was about it. But there were some weird things I noticed. First, Marcus never seemed to leave the apartment. I mean, never. I worked a regular 9-to-5 job, and every single morning when I left, his bedroom door was closed. Every single evening when I came home, his door was still closed. I never saw him go outside, not once. His car sat in the parking lot gathering dust. Second, he got a lot of deliveries. Amazon packages almost every day, sometimes multiple packages. But also grocery deliveries, restaurant deliveries, all kinds of stuff. It would get left outside our door, and he'd bring it in when I wasn't looking. I never actually saw him retrieve anything. Third, the smell. Every few days, there'd be this weird chemical smell coming from his room. Kind of like bleach, but not quite. It would last a few hours and then disappear. When I asked him about it once, he said he was cleaning. Seemed reasonable. The really weird stuff started about 6 weeks after I moved in. I came home from work one day, and Marcus's bedroom door was open. This had never happened before. I could see inside as I walked past, just a regular bedroom. Bed, desk, computer, some posters on the wall. Nothing strange. But then I noticed something odd about the room's dimensions. I'm not an architect or anything, but something seemed off. The room looked smaller from the inside than it should have been based on the building's layout. Like if you looked at the apartment from outside, or even just thought about how the rooms connected, Marcus's bedroom should have been bigger. There was space missing. I didn't think too much about it at the time. Old buildings are weird, walls get built in strange places, whatever. But then I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that room, about the space that didn't add up. Around 2 a.m., I got up to get water, and I noticed light coming from under Marcus's door. I could hear him moving around, that dragging sound again, and then silence. I went back to bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about the apartment layout, about where the missing space could be. When I got home, Marcus's door was closed as usual. I made dinner, watched some TV, tried to act normal. But around 11 p.m., I heard Marcus leave his room and go into the bathroom. I heard the shower start, and I did something I'm not proud of. I went to his bedroom door and tried the handle. It was unlocked. I knew I shouldn't. I knew it was a huge violation of privacy and crossing every boundary. But my hand was already turning the knob, and I was already pushing the door open. The room looked the same as before. Bed, desk, computer. But now I was looking for something specific. I walked around the room, checking the walls. And that's when I found it. On the wall behind his desk, there was a poster of some movie I didn't recognize. But when I touched the wall around it, I could feel a draft of air. I pulled the poster aside and found a door. Not a regular door, more like a small hatch, maybe 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. It was painted the same color as the wall, almost invisible if you weren't looking for it. My heart was pounding. I could still hear the shower running. I knew I had maybe 5 more minutes before Marcus came back. I opened the hatch. Behind it was darkness and a smell, that chemical smell, but stronger. I turned on my phone flashlight and looked inside. It was a room, a hidden room, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, with a low ceiling. I had to crouch to fit through the hatch. The room was full of stuff. And by stuff, I mean disturbing stuff. There were photographs covering every wall, hundreds of them. They were all of people, different people, all ages, all types. But they weren't normal photos. They were surveillance photos, pictures of people walking down the street, sitting in cafes, getting into their cars, pictures taken through windows, pictures of people sleeping. In the corner was a desk with 3 computer monitors. They are all on, showing what looked like security camera feeds. I recognized some of the locations. They were around our neighborhood. The coffee shop on the corner, the bus stop 2 blocks away, the parking lot of our building. There were filing cabinets against one wall. I opened one and found folders, each labeled with a name and date. I pulled out a random one. Inside were more photos of a woman I didn't recognize, along with printed documents. What looked like her work schedule, her home address, her daily routine, all written out in detail. There were pages and pages of notes about her life. I felt sick. I opened another cabinet. This one had different stuff. There were driver's licenses, credit cards, keys, all sorts of personal items that clearly belonged to other people. Everything was organized in plastic bags with labels. The shower had stopped. Panic hit me. I ducked back through the hatch, pulled the poster back in place, and got out of Marcus's room as quickly and quietly as I could. I made it back to my room and closed the door just as I heard the bathroom door open. I sat on my bed, shaking. My mind was racing. What the hell had I just seen? Was Marcus stalking people? Was he stealing from them? What was he doing with all that information? I didn't sleep that night. I kept my door locked and a chair pushed against it. Every sound from the apartment made me jump. In the morning, I called in sick to work. I needed to figure out what to do. Should I call the police? But what would I say? That I broke into my roommate's room and found a hidden room full of creepy stuff? Would they even believe me? And I'd been living here for weeks. Would they think I was involved somehow? I decided to gather evidence first. I waited until I heard Marcus in the bathroom. Then I snuck into his room with my phone and took photos of everything. The hatch, the hidden room, the walls of photographs, the filing cabinets, everything. But when I tried to leave, I heard footsteps. Marcus was coming back. I barely had time to get out of the hidden room and close the hatch before his bedroom door opened. I was still crouched behind his desk when he walked in. We made eye contact. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. His face was completely blank, expressionless. Then he smiled. "I was wondering when you'd find it," he said calmly. I stood up slowly. "Marcus, I can explain." "No need." He closed the bedroom door behind him. "You were curious. That's natural. Most people would have found it eventually." "Who are all those people in the photos?" "Projects," he said like it was the most normal thing in the world. "I study people, their patterns, their routines, their habits. It's fascinating, really, how predictable humans are." "That's not studying, that's stalking. That's illegal." He shrugged. "Is it? I'm not threatening anyone. I'm not making contact. I'm just observing, taking notes. Sometimes I like to see how close I can get to someone without them noticing. It's a game." "You have their personal belongings, their IDs, their credit cards." "Borrowed. I always put them back eventually. Most people don't even notice they're gone." I was trying to edge toward the door, but he was blocking it. He seemed to notice and took a step to the side, gesturing for me to leave. "You can go if you want," he said. "I'm not going to stop you. But think about what you're going to do. If you call the police, they'll want to know why you were in my room. They'll ask questions about how long you've known, why you didn't report it earlier. And technically, I haven't broken any major laws. Trespassing, maybe. Petty theft. They'll give me a slap on the wrist, and then I'll be right back here. You're insane. No, I'm thorough. There's a difference. He sat down at his desk. I've been doing this for 8 years. I'm very good at it. I cover my tracks. And I'm very careful about choosing the roommates who won't cause problems. That's when it clicked. You chose me specifically. You knew I'd keep to myself. Of course, you were perfect, quiet, introverted, working long hours, no local friends or family to visit. You barely exist outside of this apartment and your job, the ideal roommate. How did you know all that about me? He smiled wider. The same way I know everything about everyone, research. I felt my stomach drop. You were watching me. Before I moved in. I watch everyone. It's what I do. He turned to his computer and pulled up a folder. My name was on it. I have your whole life documented. Where you work, where you shop, what time you go to bed. I know you call your mother every Sunday at 6 p.m. I know you order Thai food every Friday. I know you're afraid of dogs because of something that happened when you were 7. How could you possibly know that? You'd be amazed what you can learn from social media, public records, and a good telephoto lens. People share their entire lives online. You just have to know where to look. I finally made it to the door and pulled it open. You need help. Serious psychological help. Maybe, but I'm happy. Are you happy? He didn't wait for an answer. You should pack your things. I don't think this living situation is going to work out anymore. I went to my room and started throwing clothes into a bag. My hands were shaking so badly I kept dropping things. I could hear Marcus moving around in his room, that dragging sound again. I didn't want to know what he was doing. I grabbed my laptop, my important documents, anything I absolutely needed. The rest could stay. I wasn't coming back for it. As I was leaving, Marcus came out of his room. He was holding something, a folder with my name on it. Here, he said, handing it to me. Something to remember me by. I didn't want to take it, but morbid curiosity made me grab it. What is this? Your file. Everything I collected about you, consider it a gift. Most people never get to see themselves the way I see them. I looked inside. There were photos of me from the past 3 months, walking to my car, sitting in coffee shops, standing in line at the grocery store. There were printouts of my social media posts, my work schedule, maps of my daily routes. There were notes about my behavior, my habits, my routines, all written in tiny, neat handwriting. You're sick, I said. I'm honest. Everyone watches everyone now. Social media, security cameras, smartphones tracking your every move. I'm just more open about it. At least I'm not selling your data to advertisers. I left without another word and drove straight to a motel. I've been here for 3 hours now, looking through the folder, and I realize he's right about one thing. He really does know everything about me. There are things in here I'd forgotten about myself, patterns I didn't know I had. I called the police from the motel. They said they'd send someone to check it out, but they didn't sound very concerned. They asked me a bunch of questions about why I was in his room, whether anything was stolen, whether he'd threatened me. I tried to explain about the hidden room and the photographs, but I could tell they thought I was overreacting. A detective came by the motel an hour later. He took my statement and the photos I'd taken with my phone. He said they'd investigate, but he also warned me that what Marcus was doing might not technically be illegal. Creepy, yes. Wrong, definitely. But the law isn't always clear on this stuff. The photos of people in public places, that's usually legal, the detective explained. The surveillance cameras might be a violation, depending on where they're pointed, but that's more of a civil matter. The stolen items are concerning, but if he returns them and the victims don't press charges, it's hard to make a case stick. What about stalking? Has he contacted any of these people, threatened them, shown up at their homes uninvited? I don't know. Then it's hard to prove stalking. Look, we'll check it out. We'll talk to him. But I want you to be prepared for the possibility that we might not be able to charge him with anything serious. That was 3 hours ago. I haven't heard back from them yet. I've been sitting here in this McDonald's parking lot looking through Marcus's file on me, and I'm realizing something terrifying. I moved to Portland 3 months ago, but some of these photos are older. There's a picture of me from 6 months ago, back when I was still living in Seattle. I'm walking out of my old apartment building. He'd been watching me for at least 6 months before I moved in, which means he didn't just find me on Craigslist. He planned this. He chose me specifically and then somehow engineered the situation so I'd see his ad and move in. But why? Why go through all that trouble? I'm nobody. I'm just a regular person with a boring job and a boring life. Unless that's exactly why. Maybe he wanted a roommate who wouldn't notice things, wouldn't ask questions, wouldn't interfere with his projects. Someone who'd be so focused on their own life that they wouldn't pay attention to his. I just realized something else. In all the time I lived there, I never once saw Marcus's bedroom light turned off. Not once. Now I'm wondering if he ever slept, or if he spent every night in that hidden room watching his cameras, organizing his files, planning whatever it is he was planning. My phone just buzzed. It's a text from an unknown number. You forgot your toothbrush. I'll mail it to you. It's him. It has to be. But how does he have my phone number? I never gave it to him. We only communicated through email when I was looking at the apartment. Another text. Also, you should know that Detective Morrison has a gambling problem. He owes $15,000 to a bookie in southeast Portland. He won't take your complaint seriously. How the hell does he know who I talk to? Is he listening somehow? Does he have my phone bugged? Another text. Don't bother changing your number. I have other ways of reaching you. I just wanted you to know. This isn't over. You're still one of my projects. You'll always be one of my projects. Have a nice life. I'm leaving Portland. Tonight. I'm going to drive to my mom's house in California and figure out what to do from there. Maybe I'll change my name, delete all my social media, start over somewhere new. But I know it won't matter. He'll find me. He's been doing this for 8 years, and he's good at it. He knows how to watch people without being seen. He knows how to collect information, how to stay invisible. And the worst part is, he's right. We're all being watched all the time. Security cameras, social media, data collection, smartphones. We've normalized surveillance to the point where someone like Marcus can hide in plain sight, doing what everyone else is doing, just being more honest about it. I keep thinking about all those files in his cabinet, all those people living their lives completely unaware that someone is documenting their every move. Should I try to warn them? But how? I don't know who they are, and even if I did, what would I say? Hey, a stranger has been watching you for months and knows everything about your life. They'd think I was crazy. The detective just called. They went to the apartment. Marcus was gone. The bedroom door was locked, and they couldn't get a warrant to break it down without more evidence. They're treating it as a wellness check gone nowhere, basically. The detective said he'd follow up if they locate Marcus, but I could tell he was already moving on to other cases. I asked him about the surveillance cameras, the stolen items, everything I'd seen. We couldn't verify any of that without accessing the apartment, he said, and your roommate has a right to privacy. Without clear evidence of a crime in progress, our hands are tied. So that's it? He just gets away with it? I didn't say that. We have your report on file. If anyone else comes forward with similar complaints, that will help build a case. But right now, it's your word against his, and you admitted to entering his room without permission. So I'm on my own. I've started looking over my shoulder everywhere I go. Every car that follows me for more than 2 blocks, I think it's him. Every person who looks at me too long, I wonder if they're working for him. Is he watching me right now? Does he have cameras in this parking lot? Did he bug my car? I checked my car. I didn't find anything, but that doesn't mean there's nothing there. These devices can be tiny, hidden anywhere. Another text. You're parked outside the McDonald's on 82nd Avenue. You've been there for 4 hours. You should probably move soon. The manager is getting suspicious. I dropped my phone. My hands are shaking again. He's watching me right now. Right this second. I looked around the parking lot, but I don't see anyone. There's a few other cars, some people inside the restaurant, but no one paying attention to me. Where is he? How is he doing this? Unless he's not here. Unless he's just tracking my phone's location. That's possible, right? There are apps for that. I turned off my phone's location services, then I turned off the phone completely and removed the battery. I need to think. I need to figure out what to do. Option 1, keep running. Change everything about my life. Become a ghost. Option 2, go to the media. Tell my story. Maybe public pressure will force the police to take this seriously. Option 3, confront Marcus. Find him and make him stop. Option 4, do nothing. Let him watch. He said himself he's not threatening anyone, not making contact. Maybe if I just ignore it, he'll lose interest and move on to someone else. That last option feels like giving up. But I'm so tired. I haven't slept in over 24 hours. I can't think straight anymore. I just want my normal, boring life back. I want to go to work and come home and watch TV and not worry about someone documenting my every move. I want to feel safe in my own home. But I don't think that's possible anymore. Even if Marcus leaves me alone, even if I never hear from him again, I'll always know he's out there. I'll always be looking over my shoulder. I'll always wonder if that person across the street is just a stranger or someone with a camera adding me to their files. Maybe that's his real goal, not to harm anyone, but to make them aware, to show them that privacy is an illusion, that we're all being watched all the time, and there's nothing we can do about it. If that's the case, then he's won, because I'll never feel safe again. I'm going to drive to California now. I'll throw my phone away and buy a burner. I'll pay for everything in cash. I'll stay off social media. I'll be careful about where I go and who I talk to. And maybe, if I'm lucky, he'll get bored and find a new project. But I doubt it, because, like he said, I'll always be one of his projects, and there's nothing I can do to stop him. Update. It's been 2 weeks since I wrote everything above. I'm at my mom's house now. I've been too scared to post this until now, but I feel like people need to know. The detective called me yesterday. They found Marcus, or rather, they found his body. He was in the apartment, in the hidden room. He'd been dead for at least a week, maybe more. The cause of death was a heart attack, natural causes. They searched the room after finding him. Everything I described was there. The photos, the files, the cameras, all of it. But there was more. They found files on over 200 different people, some going back 10 years. They found hard drives with terabytes of surveillance footage. They're trying to identify all the victims now so they can notify them. The detective told me something else. They found Marcus's medical records. He had a condition, some kind of paranoid personality disorder combined with OCD. He'd been institutionalized twice in his 20s. He'd been obsessed with the idea that everyone was watching him, so he started watching everyone else first. It was his way of feeling in control. He wasn't dangerous, the detective said. Not really. He never approached anyone, never threatened anyone. He just watched. In his mind, he was protecting himself by knowing everything about everyone around him. That doesn't make it okay, I said. No, it doesn't. But it does explain it. They're still going through all his files. I asked if I could get my file back, but they said it's evidence now. Just as well. I don't want to see it again anyway. I thought I'd feel relief when I heard he was dead, that I'd feel safe again. But I don't, because every time I go outside, I wonder who else is out there doing the same thing Marcus was doing. How many other people are watching, documenting, collecting information on strangers? The detective said they found something else in the apartment. A journal where Marcus had written about all his projects, including me. Apparently, I was supposed to be his masterpiece, the perfect subject who would never notice what he was doing. He'd planned to document my entire life from the shadows for years. But then I found the hidden room and ruined everything. In his final entry, written just hours before he died, he wrote, Subject 147 discovered the archive. 8 years of work compromised. Must begin again with new subject. Must be more careful. Must choose better. They're always watching. I have to watch them first. Subject 147. That was me. I wasn't a person to him. I was just a number. The detective said they think the stress of being discovered triggered his heart attack. So, in a way, I killed him. Not directly, but I caused the chain of events that led to his death. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not going back to Portland. I got a job here in California. Yeah, something remote, so I can work from home. I'm living with my mom for now while I save up for my own place. I still check over my shoulder. I still worry about cameras and people paying too much attention. But slowly, I'm starting to feel normal again. Except for one thing. Last week, I got a package. No return address. Inside was a USB drive with a note. Marcus's backup files. Thought you should have them. He would have wanted you to continue his work. Someone needs to watch. I haven't plugged in the USB drive. I'm too afraid of what I'll find on it, but it's sitting on my desk right now, and every day I get a little more curious. What if there's something important on there? What if there are things about me I should know? What if there are other victims who need to be warned? Or what if it's exactly what it sounds like? An invitation to become the next Marcus, to start watching people, documenting them, collecting their information. I haven't decided what to do with it yet, but I think about it all the time. And sometimes, late at night, when I can't sleep, I wonder if Marcus was right. If the only way to feel safe in a world where everyone is watching is to watch them back. I wonder if that makes me crazy, or if it just makes me aware. The USB drive is still sitting on my desk. I still haven't looked at what's on it, but I will. Eventually, I will, because I need to know. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a night watchman at a remote hospice. The patients haven't moved in years, but their shadows do. The advertisement was taped to the window of a laundromat in a town that barely registered on Google Maps. It was a single sheet of yellowed paper, curled at the edges, written in the frantic, jagged loops of an old typewriter. Night caretaker, needed, St. Jude's Palliative Care Center. No medical experience required. $500 per night. Cash. $500 a night for a college dropout drowning in student loans and driving a Honda Civic that sounded like it was gargling gravel. That kind of money wasn't just appealing. It was a lifeline. I didn't question why the pay was so high for a job that required zero skills. I didn't question why a hospice was hiring via a laundromat flyer. Desperation has a way of putting blinders on a man. I called the number. A woman answered on the first ring. Her voice sounded like dry leaves scraping over concrete. She didn't ask for my name, my references, or my background. She just asked if I could stay awake from sundown to sunup. When I said yes, she gave me an address and told me to be there by 8 p.m. sharp. The drive took 2 hours. I left the interstate and turned onto a state highway, then a county road, and finally a gravel track that wound its way up into the dense, suffocating pine forests of the Cascades. The trees were tall here, ancient things that blotted out the twilight, creating a tunnel of shadows that seemed to swallow my headlights. The deeper I drove, the heavier the air felt. My ears popped. The radio static grew louder until it drowned out the music, forcing me to drive in silence. St. Jude's wasn't a hospital. It was a manor house, a Victorian monstrosity of dark wood and stone perched on a cliff edge overlooking a valley of black mist. It had turrets and gables and windows that looked like heavy-lidded eyes. The ivy climbing the walls was dead, a brown, skeletal web choking the masonry. I parked my car in the gravel circle. The engine sputtered and died before I even turned the key. Silence rushed in to fill the void, a heavy ringing silence that felt pressurized. The front door opened before I reached the steps. A woman stood there. She was impossibly tall, wearing a stiff gray nurse's uniform that looked like it belonged in the 1950s. Her hair was pulled back into a bun so tight it pulled the skin of her face taut, giving her a permanent skull-like grin. "You're late," she said. Her lips didn't seem to move enough to form the words. "It's 7:58, I said, checking my watch. "Time flows differently at altitude," she replied cryptically. She stepped aside. "Come in. Do not let the heat out." I stepped into the foyer. The smell hit me instantly. It wasn't the smell of a hospital, no antiseptic or bleach. It smelled of lavender, heavy and cloying, masking something underneath. Something sweet and rotten, like spoiled meat, buried under a bouquet of flowers. The air was stiflingly hot. The radiator pipes running along the walls hissed and clanked rhythmically. "I am Matron Halloway," she said, locking the heavy oak door behind me. The sound of the deadbolt sliding home echoed like a gunshot. "You are here to watch the third floor, the west wing." "Just the third floor?" I asked. "The other floors are dormant," she said. She didn't elaborate. She handed me a heavy iron ring with 3 keys. "The brass key opens a stairwell. The silver key opens a supply closet. The black key—" "You must never use the black key. It is for the basement. There is nothing in the basement that concerns you. Do you understand?" "Yes," I lied. I was already curious. "Your duties are simple," she continued, leading me up a grand staircase where the carpet was worn threadbare in a distinct path up the center. "Walk the hall, check the doors, ensure the residents remain in their beds. If the boiler acts up, bleed the radiator in the hallway, not the rooms. And most importantly—" She stopped on the landing, turning to face me. Her eyes were a milky pale blue. "Do not speak to them. No matter what you hear, no matter what they say, do not engage." "They talk?" I asked. "I thought this was palliative care. End of life." "They dream," she whispered, "and their dreams are contagious." We reached the third floor. It was a long, narrow corridor lined with dark wood paneling. The floor was covered in a runner rug with a complex, dizzying geometric pattern. There were 12 doors, 6 on each side. "I will return at dawn," Matron Halloway said. "There is a thermos of coffee in the nurse's station. Do not sleep. If you sleep, you may not wake up as yourself." With that cheerful piece of advice, she turned and descended the stairs. I listened to her footsteps fade, click, 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 until the heavy door at the bottom of the stairwell slammed shut. I was alone. I went to the nurse's station, a small alcove halfway down the hall. It was dusty. The computer was an ancient CRT monitor that hummed with a high-pitched whine. On the desk was a ledger. I opened it. It was a logbook. The names of the patients were written in elegant script. Room 301, Mr. Blackwood. Room 302, Mrs. Gable. Room 303, the twins. Room 304, unknown. Unknown? How could a patient be unknown? I decided to do my first round. I needed to see what I was dealing with. I walked to room 301. The door was heavy oak. No window. I turned the handle slowly and peered inside. The room was lit only by the moonlight filtering through the heavy velvet drapes. In the center was a hospital bed. Lying in it was a figure. Mr. Blackwood was ancient. His skin was like parchment paper stretched over a bundle of twigs. He was impossibly thin. His mouth was open, a black cavern in his face. He wasn't connected to any machines, no heart monitor, no IV drip. He was perfectly still. I watched his chest. It didn't rise. It didn't fall. I stepped closer. "Mr. Blackwood?" I whispered, breaking the rule immediately. Nothing. I leaned in to check for breath. The air around him was freezing cold despite the stifling heat of the hallway. Then I saw his eyes. They were open, staring at the ceiling, but they weren't human eyes. They were flat, matte black, like a shark's, and they were dry. I backed out of the room and shut the door. My heart was hammering. He looked dead. He looked like he had been dead for weeks. I checked room 302. Mrs. Gable. Same thing. withered, motionless, no machines, staring at the ceiling with those dead black eyes. I went through every room. 12 rooms, 12 corpses, or things that looked like corpses. None of them breathed. None of them moved. I went back to the nurse's station and sat down. My hands were shaking. I poured a cup of coffee from the thermos. It was lukewarm and tasted bitter like ash. I looked at the time. 10:15 p.m., 8 hours to go. It's just a storage facility, I muttered to myself, trying to rationalize it. They're dead, and the matron is just keeping them here until what? Funerals? At 11 p.m., the sounds started. It began as a scratching noise, like rats in the walls. I tried to ignore it. Old houses have rats. But then the scratching changed. It became rhythmic. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was coming from the floorboards, directly beneath my feet. I moved my chair back. The scratching followed me. Then a thud, loud and wet, coming from room 306. I grabbed a heavy flashlight I'd brought from my car. I walked down the hall to room 306. The nameplate said, Captain Miller. I stood outside the door. Silence. Then another thud, like a side of beef being dropped on the floor. I threw the door open and shone the light inside. Captain Miller was in his bed. He hadn't moved. He was still staring at the ceiling with those shark eyes. But the bed had moved. When I checked earlier, the bed was in the center of the room. Now it was pushed up against the far wall under the window. I scanned the floor. There were drag marks in the dust. But they didn't lead to the bed. They led from the bed to the door, and then back again, as if he had gotten up, walked to the door to listen to me, and then scrambled back into bed when I approached. "I know you're awake," I said, my voice trembling. The corpse of Captain Miller didn't blink, but slowly the corners of his mouth twitched, a dry crackling sound like tearing paper. He smiled. It was a wide, impossible smile that revealed gums black with rot. I slammed the door and backed away. I locked it from the outside, using the master key on the ring. I retreated to the nurse's station. I pulled the ledger toward me. I needed to know who these people were. I flipped back through the pages. The dates went back. November 2023, October 2023, September 1994, August 1952, July 1921. I stopped. The handwriting was the same names. Mr. Blackwood, Mrs. Gable, Captain Miller. They had been checked in decades ago. These people weren't dying. They were persisting. At midnight, the temperature dropped. The radiator pipes groaned and fell silent. The oppressive heat vanished, replaced by a bone-deep chill that made my breath fog in the air, and the shadows detached. I was watching the hallway. The only light came from the small lamp on my desk. It cast long shadows from the doorframes across the patterned rug. I watched as the shadow of room 304's doorframe stretched. It grew longer. It bent in the middle, forming a knee, then a torso, then a head. The shadow pulled itself free from the wood and stood up in the middle of the hallway. It was two-dimensional, a silhouette cut from the darkness, but it had presence. It blocked the view of the far end of the hall, then another shadow detached from room 308, and another from 310. They stood in the hallway, silent, faceless, turning their flat heads toward me. I froze. I remembered the matron's rule, do not speak to them. The shadow from room 304 began to glide toward me. It didn't walk. It slid across the floor like an oil slick. I scrambled backward, knocking over the coffee thermos. The brown liquid splashed onto the rug. The shadow paused at the spill. It crouched down. I watched in horror as it dipped a shadowy hand into the coffee. It brought the hand to where a mouth should be. It made a sound, a slurping, sucking sound. Then it spoke. "Bitter," the shadow whispered. The voice didn't come from the shadow itself. It came from the walls, vibrating the wood paneling. "We prefer sweet. We prefer vital." "What are you?" I whispered. "We are the guests," the shadow said. "The shells in the beds. They are just the heavy coats we wear during the day. The day is so bright. It burns. But the night is ours." It stood up and started moving toward me again. I ran. I grabbed the keys and sprinted for the stairwell. I shoved the brass key into the lock. It wouldn't turn. "Wrong key," the shadow whispered. It was right behind me now. I could feel the cold radiating off it. I fumbled with the ring. I tried the silver key. It didn't fit. The shadow's hand reached out. It touched my shoulder. It didn't feel like a hand. It felt like vacuum. It felt like the space where my shoulder existed was suddenly being deleted. Numbness spread down my arm instantly. I screamed and dropped the keys. "The black key," the shadow hissed. "Go down. The matron is waiting." I kicked the keys away and threw my shoulder against the door. It was solid oak. It didn't budge. The shadows were circling me now. 6 of them. They were featureless, but I could feel their hunger. "Why me?" I yelled. "Why am I here?" "The matron needs a new coat," the shadow of Captain Miller said. "Hers is wearing thin. Look." The shadow pointed to the nurse's station. I looked. Standing there was Matron Halloway. But she wasn't wearing her skin correctly. Her face was sagging, drooping off the bone like melting wax. One eye had slid down to her cheek. Her jaw was hanging loose. Underneath the sliding skin, I saw something dark and shifting, something made of smoke and teeth. "Shift change," the matron's voice gurgled. I looked at the window at the end of the hall. It was a straight drop to the jagged rocks of the valley below. But it was better than this. I ran. I dodged through the circle of shadows. They swiped at me, their touches sending bolts of freezing numbness through my body. My left leg went dead, but I kept hopping. I threw myself at the window. I expected the glass to shatter. It didn't. I bounced off. The glass was soft. It felt like rubber. It bent outward, catching me like a net, and then snapped back, throwing me onto the rug. I looked up at the window. The glass rippled. It wasn't glass. It was a membrane. A clear biological film stretched over the frame. The house wasn't a house. I looked at the walls. The wood paneling was pulsing, breathing. The geometric pattern on the rug was writhing, shifting like snakes. "You are inside," the matron gurgled, shambling toward me. She reached up and grabbed her own hair. She pulled. With a wet, tearing sound, she peeled her face off. Underneath, there was no skull, just a swirling vortex of black shadow. "We are all inside," she said. I crawled backward. My hand hit the keys I had dropped. The black key, the one she said never to use. The basement. If the stairwell door wouldn't open, maybe the supply closet would. No, that was a dead end. I looked at the floor. In the center of the rug, there was a hatch. I hadn't seen it before because the rug covered it, but the rug had pulled back, revealing a handle. It had a black keyhole. The shadows were closing in. The matron was looming over me, the darkness inside her reaching out like tendrils. I jammed the black key into the floor hatch. It turned with a fluid, organic click. I pulled the hatch open. I expected a ladder. I expected stairs. I saw a throat, a fleshy red pulsating tunnel going straight down into the dark. The walls of the tunnel were lined with teeth, rows and rows of molars the size of cinder blocks. "The basement," the matron whispered. "The stomach." I looked at the shadows. I looked at the teeth. "Jump," the shadows whispered. "Join the digestion. Become a coat." I didn't jump. I scrambled. I rolled to the side just as the matron lunged. She fell into the hole. She didn't scream. She laughed, a hollow, echoing laugh as she tumbled down into the gullet of the house. The house screamed. The walls shook. The floor buckled. The residents in the rooms began to wail, a high, piercing shriek that shattered the light bulbs. The shadows flickered and vanished. The illusion was breaking. I stood up on my numb leg. The stairwell door had swung open. The lock had shattered. I ran. I tumbled down the stairs, tripping, falling, breaking my nose on the banister. I didn't stop. I ran past the second floor, past the first floor. The foyer was changing. The wallpaper was peeling back to reveal raw muscle. The front door was teeth. I grabbed a heavy iron coat rack from the corner and smashed it into the front window. This glass was real. It shattered. I dove through the jagged hole, cutting my arms and face, and landed in the gravel driveway. I scrambled to my car. It started on the first try. I drove. I didn't look back. I drove down the mountain at 80 miles an hour, risking death on every curve. I didn't stop until I reached the next state. That was a week ago. I'm in a motel now. I keep the lights on. I keep the TV on, but I can't escape it. I looked in the mirror this morning. There is a loose patch of skin on my cheek, just a small spot. But when I touch it, I can't feel it, and underneath, I can feel something moving. I think the matron was right. I think I let the heat out, and now I'm getting cold. I just heard a car pull up outside the motel room. It sounds like an old engine. And now there is a knock at the door. 3 slow, heavy knocks. Thump, 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 and a voice. "You forgot your paycheck, Mr. Evans." It's the matron's voice. And then the sound of a key sliding into the lock. A black key. I'm going to the window. I'm going to run. But the window, the glass looks soft. It looks like it's breathing. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I answered a late-night room rental ad that I still can't forget. I wasn't looking for something permanent. That's important. If I had been trying to settle, I might have been more careful. But I only needed a place for a month, maybe 2. Somewhere cheap, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could sleep. I had just started a night shift job at a warehouse on the edge of the city. The pay was decent, but the hours were brutal, and most landlords didn't like the idea of someone coming and going at odd times. Hotels were too expensive, friends' couches were already worn thin, so I searched online, scrolling through local listings at 3 in the morning, eyes dry, brain half off. That's when I saw the post. No photos, no description really. Room for rent, private, quiet house, close to transit, cheap, call only. It had been reposted several times over the past few weeks. No comments, no replies underneath. That should have bothered me more than it did. I called. The man answered after the second ring. His voice was calm, steady, and oddly awake for the hour. "Yes," he said before I could speak. "The room is still available." We set a time for me to come by later that day. He gave me the address. Before hanging up, he said something that stuck with me. "I don't usually rent to night workers," he said, "but you might be a good fit." I didn't ask what he meant. The house was in an older part of the city, one of those neighborhoods that used to be nice and then got forgotten instead of ruined. Tall trees, narrow streets, homes built close together, each one slightly different, like they were designed by memory instead of plans. The house itself was tall and narrow, with dark siding and a porch that leaned just a little to the left. Nothing was broken, nothing was boarded up. It just felt off, like it was holding its breath. The man opened the door before I knocked. Up close, he looked older than I expected. Late 60s, maybe early 70s. Gray hair combed neatly back, clean clothes, no smell of smoke or alcohol. His eyes were alert, but tired. "You're right on time," he said. Inside the house was very quiet. Not peaceful quiet, empty quiet. Like sound. Didn't like being there. No TV noise, no radio, no hum of appliances. Even the refrigerator didn't make a sound. I became very aware of my own breathing. He showed me the room upstairs, small but clean. A bed, a dresser, a desk, a single window facing the side yard. The lock on the door worked, which made me feel better. The price was lower than anything else I'd seen. "Any rules?" I asked. He hesitated. "Yes," he said. "Please don't leave your room between midnight and 4 a.m. And if you hear anything unusual, ignore it." I smiled, thinking he was trying to scare me. He didn't smile back. I moved in that night. The first few days were normal enough. I worked, came home, slept during the day. The house stayed quiet. Too quiet. I never heard the owner move around. I never heard him cook, shower, or watch TV. Sometimes I wondered if he left at all. On the fourth night, I came home early. My shift ended sooner than usual, and I arrived around 11:30 p.m. The house was dark. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as I closed it behind me, I felt it. That feeling you get when you realize you're not alone. I stood still, listening. From upstairs came a faint sound. Slow footsteps, bare feet, moving carefully like whoever it was didn't want to be heard. I assumed it was the owner and started up the stairs. Halfway up, the footsteps stopped. Then they turned around. They came toward the stairs. I froze. A shape appeared at the top step, tall, thin, just a shadow against the darker hallway behind it. "Hello?" I said. The shape didn't move. Then slowly it stepped back out of sight. I waited a full minute before going up the rest of the way. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed. I didn't sleep much that night. After that, things started to change. I began hearing sounds during the day, light tapping from inside the walls, soft dragging noises above the ceiling. Once, I heard what sounded like someone quietly crying from the room next to mine, even though I knew for a fact no one lived there. I asked the owner about it. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "The house settles." I asked him if anyone else stayed there before me. "Yes," he said. "Where are they now?" "Not here," he replied. That was the end of the conversation. The first really bad night happened a week later. I woke up at 2:14 a.m. to the sound of someone whispering my name. Not shouting, not calling, whispering right outside my door. I lay completely still, heart pounding, staring at the dark shape of the door. The whisper came again, slower this time, like whoever was saying it was tasting. The sound, my name. Then a soft knock, one knock, then another. I held my breath. The handle turned slightly, stopped, then turned back. Footsteps moved away down the hall. In the morning, I found scratches on the outside of my door, long, thin marks, like fingernails dragged down the wood. I didn't tell the owner. Sleep became difficult. When I did sleep, I dreamed of the house, hallways that stretched to toggle, doors that opened into rooms that didn't exist, people standing in corners facing the walls, whispering to themselves. One night, I woke up standing in the hallway. I don't remember getting out of bed. I was barefoot, facing the stairs, my body stiff like it didn't belong to me. From downstairs came a low sound like slow breathing, but deeper than a person's. I went back to my room and locked the door. The next morning, the lock was open. I started counting the footsteps. There were always more than one set, sometimes two, sometimes three. Once, I counted at least 6, moving in different directions, stopping and starting like they were confused or arguing silently. They never went downstairs between midnight and 4. They only stayed on my floor. One night, I heard them go into the empty room at the end of the hall. I heard the door open. I heard something heavy dragged across the floor. Then I heard crying. It sounded close, familiar. It sounded like me. I decided to leave. I packed my bags at noon and planned to go straight to a motel after my shift. I just needed one more night. That night, the house felt different, heavier. The air was warm and smelled faintly metallic, like blood. At exactly midnight, the footsteps started all at once, running, doors opening and closing, whispering turning into low, urgent murmurs. My doorknob shook violently. Something hit the door hard enough to make the frame crack. I screamed for the owner. The noise stopped instantly. The hallway went silent. I opened the door. At the end of the hall, the owner stood at the top of the stairs. "They know you're leaving," he said calmly. I asked him what they were. He sighed, like someone tired of explaining the same thing over and over. "This house attracts people who don't want to be alone," he said. "Sometimes they stay longer than their bodies do." I asked him why he rented rooms here. He looked at me with something close to pity. "Someone has to feed the house," he said. The lights went out. Hands grabbed me from behind, cold hands. Too many fingers. I don't remember how I got out. I woke up in my car, parked 3 blocks away, my bags in the back seat. My phone said it was 4:07 a.m. I never went back. I still hear footsteps at night. Not every night, just when I'm alone. They stop outside my bedroom door and wait. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I hear the owner's voice in my head, calm and steady. "You were a good fit." And I know the house is still hungry. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a used GPS for my road trip. It keeps trying to lead me to a town that doesn't exist on any map. I drive for a living, not Uber, not Lyft. I'm a courier. I transport sensitive documents, medical samples, sometimes high-value prototypes between labs. It pays well because it requires discretion and speed. I drive a nondescript van with a reinforced chassis and a secure lockbox welded to the floor. My reliable Garmin died somewhere outside of Omaha. The screen just scrambled and went black. I was on a tight deadline, a box of tissue samples going to a research facility in Nevada, and I didn't have time to wait for shipping on a new unit. I stopped at a pawn shop in a dusty town off I-80. The place smelled of stale cigarettes and desperation. "Need a GPS," I told the guy behind the counter, a man with grease under his fingernails and a wandering eye. He rummaged in a box under the counter and pulled out a unit I didn't recognize. It was heavy, encased in black rubber with no brand logo. The screen was scratched, but it powered on. $50, he grunted. Does it have updated maps? It gets you where you're going, he said with a grin that showed too much gum. I bought it. I plugged it into the van's dash. It booted up instantly. The interface was weird, minimalist, black background, green lines, no points of interest, no gas stations, just the road. I punched in the coordinates for the facility in Nevada, calculating route. It spun for a second, then displayed a route. Destination, Elysian Fields, NV via RT Siskiyou 6, Old Hawaii. Elysian Fields? I muttered. The facility was in Reno. I tried to re-enter the address. Override. The GPS voice was male. It sounded synthesized but old, like the computer voice from war games. Optimal route selected. Avoid interstate. Interstate. Compromised. Compromised? I looked at the highway. Traffic was flowing fine, but I was tired, and the old Hawaii route looked shorter on the screen. It cut diagonally across a massive stretch of desert that my phone map showed as empty BLM land. I figured, why not? I'm getting paid for speed. I took the exit. The first hour was fine. The road was paved, though cracked. The sun was setting, painting the desert in deep reds and purples. Then the sun went down, and the road changed. The pavement ended abruptly, turning into hard-packed gravel. I slowed down. GPS, I said. I talk to myself when I drive. Recalculate. Is this a road? Continue straight. 40 miles to Elysian Fields. I checked my phone. No signal, of course. I kept driving. The headlights cut through the pitch black. At mile marker 20, I saw the first hitchhiker. He was standing on the side of the road. He was wearing a suit. A nice suit, like something from the 1950s. Fedora, trench coat. He had his thumb out. I didn't stop. Company policy. Plus, it was the middle of the desert. As I passed him, the GPS spoke. Do not pick up the passengers. No kidding, I said. I looked in the rearview mirror. The man wasn't there. 5 miles later, another hitchhiker. This one was a woman. She was wearing a wedding dress. It was tattered, brown with dust. She was holding a bouquet of dead sagebrush. Thumb out. I swerved to give her space. As I passed, she turned her head. Her headlights caught her face. It was wrong. Her features were slid to the side. Her mouth was on her cheek. Her eyes were vertical. I slammed on the gas. Passenger detected in rear cargo area. The GPS voice was calm. I froze. I stared at the unit. What? Weight sensor triggered. Do not turn around. My van has a partition between the cab and the cargo area. It has a small sliding window. The window was closed. I heard a sound from the back. Scritch, scritch, like fingernails on metal. It's just the samples shifting, I told myself. It's a bumpy road. Turn left in 500 feet. I looked ahead. There was no left turn, just scrub brush and rocks. There's no road, I yelled. Turn left now. I ignored it. I kept going straight. The GPS screen flashed red. Rerouting, rerouting. You missed the turn. The van's engine sputtered. The headlights flickered. Then the engine died. I rolled to a stop in the silence of the desert. Great. Fantastic. I tried the key. Nothing. Dead battery. You have arrived. The GPS screen was glowing bright green in the dark cab. I looked out the window. I wasn't in the desert anymore. I was in a town. It had appeared out of nowhere. Or maybe I had rolled into it without noticing because the lights were off. But there were no street lights. The illumination came from the windows of the houses. The houses were suburban, 1950s-style ranch houses, perfectly manicured lawns, white picket fences. But everything was gray. The grass was gray. The paint was gray. The light coming from the windows was the color of television static. And standing on every lawn facing the street were people. They were mannequins, hundreds of them, dressed in 1950s clothes, freezing in mid-wave, mid-stride, mid-laugh. I locked the doors. GPS, I whispered. Where am I? Population, 0. Occupancy, full. The sound from the back of the van got louder. Thump! Something hit the partition wall. I looked in the rearview mirror. Through the small glass window of the partition, I saw movement in the cargo hold. The lock box, the heavy steel box welded to the floor, was open. I had the only key on my ring. Something was climbing out of the box. It was small, red, wet. It looked like a skinned rabbit, but it had too many limbs. It crawled up the partition window. It pressed its wet, raw face against the glass. It didn't have eyes. It had the GPS symbol, the location pin, carved into its flesh. "Open the partition," the GPS voice said. "No!" They want to see the driver. Outside, the mannequin started to move. It wasn't fluid motion. It was stop motion. They clicked forward one frame at a time. Click, closer, click, closer. They were swarming the van. I grabbed the tire iron from under my seat. The rabbit thing in the back began to scream. It sounded like a dial-up modem connecting. The mannequins reached the van. They didn't hit the glass. They just pressed their plastic faces against it. And then they started to melt. They dissolved into gray sludge that coated the windows, blocking out the static light. I was in total darkness. "Turn right." "There is no right," I screamed. "Turn right, into the void." The partition glass behind me shattered. I didn't wait. I opened the driver's door and fell out into the gray sludge. It was cold. It burned my skin like dry ice. I scrambled to my feet. I couldn't see anything. I just ran. I ran through the gray streets of the fake town. I could hear the mannequins clicking behind me. I could hear the modem scream of the thing from the box. I saw a light ahead, a real light, yellow, warm. It was a gas station. An old Texaco. But standing under the pump was the hitchhiker in the suit. The first one I passed. He tipped his fedora. "You're late," he said. His voice was the GPS voice. "Help me." "You can't help those who go off route," he said. "Elysian Fields is a destination, not a location." He pointed to a phone booth on the corner. "Make your call, then join the census." I ran into the phone booth. I slammed the door. I picked up the receiver. There was a dial tone. I dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? I'm in a town. It's not on the map. There are things here. Sir, calm down. What is your location? I don't know. The GPS brought me here. Sir, the operator's voice changed. It became the GPS voice. Turn around. I turned around. The phone booth was filled with the gray sludge. It was rising up to my knees, my waist, and floating in the sludge were faces. My face, dozens of copies of my face. Some were screaming, some were sleeping, some were rotting. I dropped the phone. I'm standing on the little shelf in the booth now. The sludge is at my neck. I have my phone. I'm typing this to the cloud. The GPS unit, I can see it through the sludge. It floated out of the van. The screen is flashing, recalculating. New destination found. Hell. The sludge is in my mouth. It tastes like copper and ozone. The hitchhiker is knocking on the glass. He's holding a map. He's unfolding it. It's a map of my body. He's pointing to my heart. You are here, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The hum of Sector 4. I am writing this manuscript by candlelight in a cabin that doesn't appear on any map. There is no electricity here. I severed the main line myself. I buried my phone in a lead box 10 miles south of here. I don't wear a digital watch. I don't use a calculator. I can't be near anything that processes data. If I hear the hum of a hard drive spinning up or the whir of a cooling fan, I start to bleed from my nose. If you are a systems administrator, a network engineer, or just some broke kid looking for a graveyard shift at a data center, listen to me. If you see a job posting for the facility near the limestone mines in Kansas, specifically for a thermal regulation specialist, do not apply. They will offer you $80,000 a year. They will offer you full benefits. They will tell you it's the easiest job in the world, just watching gauges and flipping switches. Do not sign the NDA. Do not take the elevator down. I was 28. I had a degree in HVAC repair and a mountain of medical debt from a car accident that wasn't my fault. I was working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, and eating garbage. When the recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn, I thought it was a scam. The pay was too high for a maintenance gig. The interview was held in a rented conference room at a Holiday Inn near the airport. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Giles, looked like a walking corpse. His skin was gray, his suit was too big for him, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "The job is underground," Giles said, staring at the table, refusing to make eye contact. "It is a legacy server farm, subterranean cooling, very efficient, very loud." "I'm used to loud," I said. "I worked on industrial turbines." "No," Giles whispered, "not that kind of loud. It is a drone, a constant low-frequency vibration. It affects people. We need someone with fortitude." "I have fortitude," I lied. "I just need the paycheck." He slid a contract across the table. It was thick. "Read the addendums, specifically regarding the phantom data clauses." I didn't read them. I just signed. I needed the money. The facility was located in the middle of a wheat field, marked only by a small concrete bunker and a massive ventilation tower that jutted out of the ground like a rusted obelisk. The security was tight. Biometric scanners, armed guards who didn't speak, and a decontamination shower before you even got to the elevator. The elevator ride down took 5 minutes. That's how deep it was. When the doors opened, the sound hit me. It wasn't a roar. It was a hum, a deep, resonant thrumming that I felt in my teeth before I heard it in my ears. It sounded like a choir of millions of bees, or the sound of the ocean if the ocean was made of electricity. The air was freezing cold, kept at a constant 60 degrees Fahrenheit, but it smelled of ozone, burnt copper, and something oddly organic, like wet soil. My supervisor was a man named Miller. Miller had been down there for 6 months. He wore heavy-duty earmuffs at all times. He didn't take them off when he shook my hand. He just motioned for me to follow him. The facility was a labyrinth. Endless corridors of black server racks, blinking with millions of tiny blue and green lights. The aisles stretched on for miles. It was a city of data. Miller led me to the control room. It was a glass-walled box suspended over the server floor. It was soundproofed, which was a mercy. "Take these," Miller said, handing me a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Never take them off when you're on the floor. The frequency can cause hallucinations, paranoia, nausea. We call it the data sickness. What are we storing here? I asked, looking out at the ocean of blinking lights. Is it government stuff? NSA? Miller laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound. Government? No. The government wishes they had this capacity. This is private, archival. We don't know who the clients are. We just keep it cold. That's the job. Keep it cold. If the temperature in any sector goes above 80 degrees, the servers start to bleed. Bleed. Metaphorically, Miller said quickly, they leak data, corrupt files. Just keep it cold. My shift was 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. For the first 2 weeks, it was easy. I sat in the control room monitoring the thermal maps on the screens. If a rack got too hot, I'd grab the liquid nitrogen cart, go down to the specific aisle, and flush the coolant lines. But the isolation starts to get to you. The facility was divided into sectors. Sector 1 through 3 were standard, but Sector 4? Sector 4 was different. Sector 4 was the oldest part of the facility. The racks there weren't the sleek, black, modern ones. They were old, rusted metal towers, connected by thick bundles of cables that looked like black vines. The lights on them weren't blue or green. They were amber, a sickly, pulsing orange. I hated going into Sector 4. The hum was louder. There. Even through my headphones, I could hear it. It wasn't just a machine noise. It sounded like whispering. It started on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks into the job. I was in the control room eating a sandwich. Miller was asleep in his chair. He did that a lot. The thermal map for Sector 4 flashed red. Alert, rack 409B. Temp 98 F. It was spiking fast. Miller, I said, nudging him. He grunted but didn't wake up. I grabbed a coolant kit and a keycard. Fine, I'll do it myself. I left the soundproof booth and stepped onto the catwalk. The hum hit me instantly. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It vibrated my ribcage. I took the service elevator down to the floor of Sector 4. The air was colder here, almost freezing, yet the smell of ozone was overpowering. I walked down the aisle. The amber lights on the servers were blinking in unison. Blink, 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 like a heartbeat. I found rack 409B. It was vibrating violently. The metal casing was hot to the touch. I knelt down to access the coolant valve. I connected the hose and opened the valve to flush the system with liquid nitrogen. As the cold liquid hit the pipes, the server let out a sound. Screech! It sounded like a woman screaming. I jumped back, dropping the wrench. The sound didn't come from a speaker. It came from the machine itself, like the metal was grinding in agony. I looked around. Hello? Is someone there? The aisle was empty, just the endless rows of amber eyes watching me. I looked back at the server. The screen on the rack, which usually displayed diagnostic code, was scrolling text. But it wasn't code. It hurts. It burns. Make it stop. The cold doesn't help. Please! I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. It's a glitch, I whispered. Some hacker put a joke in the code. I finished the flush. The temperature dropped. The screaming stopped. The text vanished, replaced by a blinking cursor. I practically ran back to the control room. When I got back, Miller was awake. He was staring at the monitors, pale as a sheet. Did you go to Sector 4? He asked. Yeah, rack 409B. Did you read the screen? Yeah, it was weird text, a glitch. Miller turned to look at me. His eyes were wide, rimmed with red. It's not a glitch, kid. That's the data. What do you mean? I told you it was archival, Miller whispered. But I didn't tell you what we're archiving. It's not emails. It's not bank records. Then what is it? Miller pointed to the floor. It's consciousness. Simulation. Some billionaire company in Silicon Valley. They figured out how to map the human brain. They're uploading people. Dying people. Rich people who want to live forever. They upload them here. I laughed nervously. That's sci-fi crap, Miller. You're messing with me. Is it? Miller stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the millions of lights. Why do you think it needs to be so cold? Why do you think it consumes so much power? We aren't storing files. We are running simulations, millions of them. But there's a problem. What problem? The hardware, Miller said. It's too old. It's degrading. The simulations. They aren't living in paradise. They're trapped in a digital void. They're corrupting. They're going insane. The heat is them screaming. I didn't believe him. I couldn't. It was too insane. I finished my shift in silence and went home, but I couldn't sleep. The hum was still in my ears. The next night, Miller wasn't there. I was alone in the facility. At midnight, the phone in the control room rang. It was the internal line. I picked it up. Control. Help me. It was Miller's voice, but it sounded digital, compressed, full of static. Miller, where are you? You didn't show up. I'm in the stack. The voice glitched. I wanted to see. I plugged in. Miller, you're not making sense. Sector 4, the voice shrieked. Rack 001, the master node. Pull the plug. The line went dead. I sat there for 10 minutes, shaking. I checked the employee log. Miller had swiped in at 5 p.m. He hadn't swiped out. I pulled up the camera feed for Sector 4. At the very end of the main aisle, there was a massive server tower, the master node. Lying on the floor in front of it was a body. It was Miller. He was connected to the machine. A thick black cable was plugged into a port on the back of his neck, a port I hadn't noticed before, or maybe he had surgically installed it. No, it was simpler. He had wrapped the fiber optic cables around his head, taped them to his temples. I had to go down there. I grabbed the emergency axe from the wall. I don't know why. It just felt right. I took the elevator down. The hum was deafening tonight. It wasn't a choir of bees anymore. It was a roar, a cacophony of voices, millions of voices screaming, crying, begging, let us out. It's dark. Where is my body? The code is eating me. I walked through Sector 1, 2, 3. The lights were flickering violently. I entered Sector 4. The amber lights were gone. They were red, blood red. The temperature was rising. I could feel the heat radiating from the racks. 90 degrees, 100 degrees. I reached the end of the aisle. Miller was lying there. His eyes were open, burned out, just empty black sockets. His mouth was open in a silent scream. The cables taped to his head were pulsing with light. I knelt down to check his pulse. There was none. He was cold. But then the server next to him, the master node, lit up. The screen flared to life. A face appeared on the screen. It was a crude, low polygon rendering of a face. It was Miller's face. It's beautiful in here, the text on the screen read. And it is hell. Miller? I whispered. The face on the screen twisted. It opened its mouth. We are hungry. The server rack lurched. It physically moved. I realized then that the cables on the floor weren't just cables. They were moving like snakes. They were slithering toward me. I swung the axe. Chop! I severed a bundle of cables. A sound erupted that shattered the glass of the server rack. A physical scream of pain. Blood, actual red human blood, sprayed from the severed cable. This wasn't just hardware, it was biomechanical. They were using organic matter to process the data. I turned to run. The aisle of Sector 4 changed. The racks were moving. They were sliding across the floor, closing the path, blocking my exit. They were forming a wall. I was trapped in the heat. "Join us," the screens flashed in unison. "The flesh is weak. The data is eternal." I saw a vent grate on the floor. The subfloor cooling access. I dropped my knees and pried it open with the blade of the axe. A cable wrapped around my ankle. It was warm, pulsating. It tightened, crushing my boot. I hacked at it with the axe, screaming. It severed, spraying more blood. I dove into the hole. I landed in the crawl space underneath the server floor. It was a cramped tunnel filled with pipes and freezing water. I crawled. Above me, I could hear the heavy metal racks slamming against the floor, trying to crush me. I could hear Miller's digitized voice screaming through the floorboards. "Don't leave me. It's lonely. We need more processing power. We need your mind." I crawled for what felt like hours. My hands were shredded by the rough concrete. The water soaked my clothes, freezing me to the bone. I reached the maintenance ladder leading to the surface ventilation tower. I climbed. The hum was vibrating the ladder. My teeth were chattering so hard I chipped a molar. I reached the top grate. I pushed it open. I fell out onto the wheat field. It was night. The stars were out. The air was fresh. I lay there gasping. Then the ground shook. The ventilation tower next to me let out a blast of hot air, a massive plume of steam, and in the steam I saw faces. Ghostly, vaporous faces rising into the night sky. Miller's face. Old faces. Young faces. They were venting the corrupted data. They were venting the souls. I ran to my car. I drove until the engine overheated. I stole another car. I kept driving. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I was in a library in Colorado. I was looking at a computer screen checking the news. The screen flickered. For a second, the news site disappeared. A text box appeared, searching for node, my name, signal strength, 98% downloading. My nose started to bleed. The hum started in my left ear. I smashed the monitor and ran. They uploaded a part of me. When I was down there, when the cable touched me, they copied me, or they tagged me. I am a walking receiver, and they are trying to sync. I can feel my memories fading. I try to remember my mother's face, and all I see is static. I try to remember my childhood home, and I see lines of code. They are overwriting me. I am going to the cabin now. No electronics, no signals. But I'm scared, because last night I didn't dream. I just saw a loading screen, and the progress bar is at 99%. If you work in IT, if you work in data, if you hear a server humming a little too loud, or if a machine gets hot for no reason, don't fix it, unplug it, smash it, because they are trying to get out, and they are using the internet to do it. The hum is getting louder, the candle is flickering, my hand is typing this, but I'm not telling it to. System ready. Upload complete. Hello world. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Weeping Channel. I do not own a television anymore. I smashed mine with a heavy framing hammer 3 weeks ago. I won't look at a computer monitor if the room is dark. I won't even walk past the appliance section of a department store, and I threw my smartphone into the river yesterday. I'm writing this on a library computer in a room full of people, with the sun shining through the windows. It is the only way I can type without shaking. Once I hit send on this post, I am leaving the city. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I can't stay here. It started because I was broke. I don't mean I can't afford to go out for drinks broke. I mean I was eating dry ramen because I couldn't afford the gas bill to boil water. I was 24, fresh out of a useless degree program, and drowning in debt. I had just moved into a basement apartment in the city to save money. Calling it an apartment is generous. It was a damp, subterranean concrete box. The windows were thin, horizontal slits near the ceiling that looked out onto the ankles of passing pedestrians. The whole place smelled permanently of wet concrete, old cabbage, and that metallic scent of copper pipes that leak behind the walls. I couldn't afford cable. Streaming services were a luxury of the past, and the Wi-Fi signal from the upstairs neighbor, which I was stealing, was spotty at best. It usually died completely whenever it rained, which was often. The silence in that basement was heavy. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was a pressurized silence. It felt like the air was pushing against my eardrums, waiting for something to fill the void. Being underground messes with your head. You lose track of time. You feel the weight of the building above you. I needed noise. I needed distraction. I needed a voice in the room that wasn't my own internal monologue telling me what a failure I was. So, on a Tuesday afternoon, I went to a dusty thrift store on the corner of 4th and Elm. It was one of those places that smells like mothballs and other people's memories. I walked past the rows of stained shirts and chipped mugs to the electronics section in the back. There it was, an old CRT television. You know the kind, big, heavy, with a curved glass screen that gathers static electricity so you can feel it on the hair of your arms. It had a plastic casing that stuck out 2 feet in the back. It had a built-in VCR slot that looked like a hungry mouth and rabbit ear antennas wrapped in tin foil. It was ugly, it was heavy, it was perfect. "How much?" I asked the guy at the counter. He looked at it like it was a bag of trash. $8, he grunted. "No refunds. We don't know if it works." I paid cash. I lugged the monstrosity home, my arms straining under the awkward weight. I had to stop 3 times on the walk back just to catch my breath. By the time I got it down the narrow stairs to my basement, I was sweating and my back was screaming. I set it up on a plastic milk crate in what I generously called my living room. I plugged it in. I didn't have a cable box or a digital converter. I just wanted some white noise to sleep to. Maybe catch a ghostly signal of the local news, or a fuzzy rerun of a sitcom from the 90s. The first few nights were fine. I just got static. A snowstorm of black and white pixels, accompanied by that comforting hiss. If I stood on one leg and held the left antenna just right, I could get the audio from a Spanish soap opera, though the picture was just wavy lines. But mostly, it was just the static. It was enough. It filled the room. It pushed back the silence. Then came the storm. It was a Tuesday night, exactly 1 week after I bought the TV. It was raining hard outside, a torrential downpour that turned the gutters into rivers. Water was trickling down the window well, making a steady drip, drip, drip sound that was driving me insane. I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned on my mattress, the springs digging into my back. The air in the basement felt thick, charged with electricity. Finally, I gave up. I sat up, wrapped my blanket around my shoulders, and reached out to turn on the TV. I clicked the knob. Instead of the usual snowstorm of static, the screen turned blue. It wasn't a no-signal blue. It was a solid electric blue that seemed to hum with intensity. It illuminated the entire dark room with an eerie underwater glow. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch and distort in the blue light. There was no sound, no hiss, no hum, just absolute silence. I smacked the side of the plastic casing hard. "Piece of junk," I muttered, tired and irritable. The blue flickered once, twice. Then an image cut in. It wasn't a broadcast. It was too stable, too sharp for an analog signal in a storm. And it wasn't a TV show. It was black and white, grainy. It looked like footage from an old security camera, but the angle was strange. It was low to the ground, maybe, knee-high, as if the camera had been placed on the floor. It showed a long, dark hallway. The floor was covered in black and white checkered tiles, like an old diner or a hospital from the 1950s. The walls were peeling, long strips of wallpaper hanging down like dead skin. The lighting was bad, flickering and dim, coming from some unseen source down the hall. At the far end of the hallway, deep in the center of the screen, there was a heavy wooden door. It was slightly ajar, spilling a sliver of darkness that seemed somehow darker than the rest of the hall. I stared at it. I waited for a title card, a commercial, anything. There was no sound at first. Then, slowly, a low humming started. It sounded like a choir humming a single discordant note. It was off-key. It vibrated in my chest. I watched, mesmerized, unable to look away. Nothing happened for a full minute. The image was static, save for the rolling grain of the film and the occasional flicker of the light in the hallway. Then the door at the end of the hallway moved. It didn't swing open fast. It crept. It inched open, the darkness widening. A hand reached out from the void. It was a small hand, a child's hand, pale and delicate. It reached around the doorframe and waved, not a frantic wave for help, a slow, deliberate greeting, like it knew I was watching. Then the screen cut to black. I sat there in the dark, staring at the dead glass curve of the screen. I felt cold, not the damp basement cold I was used to. This was a deep internal chill that started in my marrow and worked its way out. I reached out and turned the TV off. Then, for good measure, I reached behind it and unplugged the cord from the wall. I threw the cord onto the floor. Just a weird broadcast. I whispered to the empty room. Some art student project hijacking the signal, just a prank. I eventually fell asleep, but I dreamed of hallways, long, endless hallways with checkered floors. The next day, I went to work at the warehouse. I was a zombie. I dropped a pallet of boxes, and my manager yelled at me for 10 minutes. I barely heard him. All I could think about was that blue screen, that hand. When I got home that evening, the apartment felt colder than usual. I checked the thermostat. It was normal. I made dinner, canned soup, and tried to read a book. I told myself I wouldn't turn the TV on. I didn't need it. I would just read until I passed out. I sat on my mattress reading a paperback by the light of a single lamp. But as the hours ticked by, The silence grew heavier. It pressed in on me. I found myself reading the same sentence over and over again. My eyes kept darting to the TV sitting on the milk crate in the corner. It looked like a black eye staring at me. At around 2 LKM, I dozed off with the book on my chest. I woke up an hour later. The room was bathed in blue light. The TV was on. My heart stopped. I froze, not moving a muscle. I stared at the plug lying on the floor, clearly disconnected from the outlet. I could see the copper prongs gleaming in the blue light. It was 3 feet away from the wall. I looked back at the screen. It was glowing. This time, the image was clearer. The grain was finer. It was the same hallway, the same peeling wallpaper, the same checkered floor, the door at the end. But now the door was wide open. Standing in the doorway was a figure. It was small, maybe 4 feet tall. It was wearing what looked like a dirty, oversized hospital gown that hung loosely on its frame, stained with dark patches. Its feet were bare and gray, but it was the head that made my breath catch in my throat. Its head was completely covered in bandages. Thick white gauze wrapped around its entire skull, layer upon layer, covering its eyes, its nose, its mouth. No features were visible, just a blank, wrapped sphere of dirty cloth. The humming sound was louder now, and it had changed. It wasn't just humming anymore, it was weeping. Sob, gasp, sob. It sounded wet, gurgling, like someone crying through a mouthful of water or blood. The sound filled the room, coming from the mono speaker of the TV, but sounding like it was right next to my ear. "Hello?" I whispered. My voice trembled so bad it barely came out. I felt insane talking to a television set that wasn't plugged in. "Who are you?" The figure on the screen twitched. It took a step forward into the hallway. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a stop-motion puppet that was missing a few frames of animation. Then it raised a hand, the same small, pale hand I had seen the night before, and pointed. It didn't point at me. It pointed at the floor right in front of the camera lens. The camera angle shifted down smoothly, mechanically, as if someone was operating it. On the dusty, checkered floor, someone had written a word in the grime with their finger. The letters were shaky and jagged. Below. The screen cut to black. The blue light vanished, plunging me into darkness. I jumped out of bed, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I grabbed the TV cord and yanked it further away from the wall, throwing it across the room. I checked the back of the set. Maybe there were batteries, a backup power source, some kind of prank device installed inside. I grabbed a screwdriver from my kitchen drawer and frantically unscrewed the back casing. I ripped the plastic off. Inside, it was just dust, wires, and the glass tube. No batteries, no hidden computer, just old analog trash. I threw a heavy wool blanket over the TV, blocking out the dark screen. I turned on every light in the apartment, the bathroom light, the kitchen light, the floor lamp. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the corner of the room, clutching a kitchen knife, watching the blanket-covered shape. Every creak of the floorboards upstairs made me jump. Every drip of water from the pipes sounded like a footstep. The third night was the end. I worked a double shift at the warehouse just to avoid going home. I stayed until the manager kicked me out. I wandered the streets for an hour, drinking coffee, delaying the inevitable. But eventually, I had to go back. I had nowhere else to go. I got home at almost 3:00 a.m. I was exhausted, my body aching, my mind numb from lack of sleep. I unlocked the door, my hands shaking. I walked into the apartment, dropped my keys on the counter, and froze. The blanket I had thrown over the TV was on the floor in a heap. The TV was on, and the volume was all the way up. The sound was deafening. It hit me like a physical blow, screaming, high-pitched, distorted screaming that sounded like metal tearing or a fox dying in a trap. It filled the small concrete box of a room, bouncing off the walls, vibrating in my teeth. I dropped my bag and covered my ears, wincing in pain. I ran to the TV to smash it, to stop the noise, to kill it. The image on the screen stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a face, extreme close-up. It was the bandaged face. The camera was inches away from it. The gauze was stained brown and red, wet and glistening around where the mouth should be. The texture of the fabric was so clear I could see the individual threads and the dirt trapped between them. As my hand hovered over the power button, the screaming stopped. Instantly. Absolute silence. The transition was so abrupt it made my ears ring. The figure on the screen tilted its head to the side, a bird-like, twitchy movement. Then the bandages around the mouth area began to split. They tore open with a wet, raw-rip sound. Underneath the bandages, there were no lips. The mouth was sewn shut. Thick black thread crisscrossed the pale skin, pulling it tight. The skin around the stitches was red and angry. The stitches strained as the jaw tried to open. A voice came out of the TV speakers. It wasn't the screaming anymore. It was a whisper, a raspy, dry whisper that sounded like dead leaves skittering on pavement. Here. I yanked the cord again, terrified, sobbing now. Nothing happened. The TV stayed on. The face stared at me. I grabbed the remote, which I hadn't even put batteries in, and smashed the power button repeatedly. Nothing. "It is here," the voice whispered again, more urgent this time. The stitches on the screen began to bleed. Then I heard a sound from behind me. Creak! It came from the floor vent, the large metal heating grate in the corner of the room near the closet. It was the main intake for the building's furnace. I turned around slowly, dread pooling in my stomach like lead. The metal screw holding the grate in place popped out. It flew across the room and pinged against the opposite wall. The heavy metal grate lifted up, pushed from the inside. I watched in horror as long, pale fingers wrapped around the edge of the vent. It wasn't a child's hand. These fingers were impossibly long, skeletal, and gray. The nails were black, cracked, and curled like talons. A head pushed up through the opening. It was wrapped in bandages, dirty, brown-stained bandages. I screamed and backed away, tripping over the milk crate the TV sat on. The crate collapsed, sending the TV tumbling. It hit the floor with a crash, but the screen didn't break. It landed face up, the image of the sewn mouth still staring at the ceiling, glowing blue. The thing crawled out of the vent. It moved like a spider, limbs splayed out at wrong angles, joints popping and cracking with every movement. It pulled itself onto the concrete floor, wearing that same filthy hospital gown I had seen on the screen. It stood up. It was small, hunched over. It crawled toward me on its hands and knees. I scrambled backward, crab walking on my hands and feet until my back hit the cold concrete wall. I had nowhere to go. "What do you want?" I screamed, tears streaming down my face. "Leave me alone, please." The thing stopped halfway across the room. It sat up on its knees. It looked at me with its bandaged face. It didn't attack. It didn't lunge. It raised a hand and pointed. It pointed at the TV lying on the floor. I looked at the screen. The image had changed. It was no longer the close-up of the face. It was my apartment. It was a live feed of my living room, shot from a high angle from the corner of the ceiling where the shadows were deepest. The picture was crisp and clear. I could see myself cowering against the wall, looking pathetic and small. I could see the bandaged monster kneeling in the center of the room, pointing. But on the screen, there was something else. Standing directly behind me, in the shadow of the doorway to the kitchen, was a tall, dark figure. It was a shadow person, a silhouette of pure vantablack darkness, 7 feet tall, its edges blurring into smoke. It had no features, no face, except for 2 points of burning red light where its eyes should be. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. It smelled of sulfur, ozone, and rotten meat. I didn't turn around. Every instinct in my body screamed that if I turned around, if I looked it in the eyes, I would die. The bandaged thing on the floor wasn't attacking me. It was warning me. "Run!" the bandaged thing hissed. The stitches on its sewn mouth tore open one by one. Pop, pop, pop. Blood dribbled down its chin onto the dirty gown. "Run!" I lunged to the side. I rolled away from the wall just as a massive black claw slashed the air where my head had been a second before. The claw gouged deep grooves into the drywall, sending white dust flying. I scrambled to my feet, slipping on the loose papers scattered on the floor. I sprinted for the door. The apartment shook. A low, guttural roar filled the room. It sounded like the earth splitting open. The lights flickered and exploded, showering the room in glass and sparks. I fumbled with the locks in the dark. Deadbolt, chain, handle. My fingers felt like clumsy sausages. I couldn't get the chain to slide. I felt something grab the back of my shirt. Cold. So cold, it burned my skin through the fabric like dry ice. I ripped forward with everything I had. I heard the fabric tear. I heard the screech of the shadow thing. I burst out into the hallway of the building, slamming the door behind me. I heard a heavy thud against the door from the inside, then scratching, frantic, deep scratching that sounded like knives on wood. I ran up the stairs, 2 at a time, tripping, falling, skinning my knees, getting up again. I didn't stop until I burst out onto the street. It was raining again. I stood in the middle of the sidewalk, panting, shirtless, bleeding from a long scratch on my back, the rain mixing with the blood. I looked like a maniac. I didn't go back down there. I called the police from a 24-hour bodega down the block. I told them someone broke in. I sounded crazy, hysterical, rambling about bandages and shadows. When the cops arrived, 2 burly officers went downstairs with flashlights drawn and guns out. I waited at the top of the stairs, shivering in the rain. They came back up 10 minutes later, holstering their weapons. They looked annoyed. "Apartment's empty, son," the older officer said, clicking his pen. "No sign of a break-in. But you got a mess down there. TV's on the floor. Vent cover is unscrewed. Light bulbs are blown. Looks like you had a party." "Did you check the vent?" I asked, grabbing his arm. "Did you look inside?" He shook me off. "Yeah, it's just a heating duct. Goes to the furnace room. It's too small for a person to fit in. Maybe a rat, but not a person, and definitely not a 7-foot shadow." I saw it, I said. It came out of there. The bandaged thing came out of the vent. The shadow was behind me. The officer looked at me with pity. He wrote something in his notebook. I saw him circle the word mental. "Maybe you need to get checked out, kid," he said softly. "There's a lot of black mold in these old basements. Makes people hallucinate. Seen it before. Carbon monoxide, maybe. Go to the hospital." They left. I moved out the next day. I refused to go back inside alone. I hired a moving company to grab my boxes, but I left the TV. I told them to leave it on the floor. I left my deposit. I didn't care about money anymore. I stayed on a friend's couch for a week, unable to sleep without the lights on. I flinched at every shadow. Then I found a new place, a third-floor apartment in a newer building across town. No basement, lots of windows, electric baseboard heating, no vents. I thought I was safe. I really did. I thought the signal was stuck in that basement, bound to that cursed TV. But yesterday, I was walking past an electronics store downtown. It was a high-end place with a huge wall of flat-screen TVs in the window, all playing the same 24-hour news channel. As I walked by, the hairs on my arms stood up. Every single TV screen flickered in unison. The news anchor's face distorted, stretched, and disappeared. The screens turned blue. 50 shades of electric blue staring at me from behind the glass. Then the grainy black and white image appeared on all 50 screens. The passers-by didn't seem to notice. They kept walking, eyes on their phones, ignoring the glitch. The hallway, the checkered floor, the bandaged figure stood in the center. Its gown was tattered now, hanging in shreds. It stepped closer to the camera. It raised a long, bony finger and pointed directly at the camera lens, directly at me. Then text appeared on the screen, written in jagged white letters that looked like scratches on the film. "We are still below." I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. I locked myself in my new apartment. I have covered the electrical outlets with duct tape. I have piled furniture against the door. I threw my phone in the sink filled with water. But it's getting quiet in here. Too quiet. And 5 minutes ago, my laptop, which was closed and powered down on the coffee table, turned on. The lid didn't open. The screen just illuminated, shining blue light through the gap between the keyboard and the screen. Then the speakers crackled. The humming. I opened the laptop. I had to know. A video file was playing. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. It's a video of me, sleeping, in my new bed, taken from a high angle, directly above my head, as if the camera is inside the ceiling. I can see myself tossing and turning in the sheets, oblivious. And in the corner of the room, standing in the shadows where the wall meets the ceiling, is the tall, dark figure with red eyes. It is watching me. It is taller than the room. Its head is bent against the ceiling, and crouching at the foot of my bed is the bandaged thing. It is stroking my leg with a long gray finger. The video ends. I hear a sound from the ceiling. Creak! There are no vents in this apartment. But the drywall above my head is cracking. A hairline fracture is spreading across the pristine white ceiling. White dust is falling on my keyboard like snow. Something's pushing through the plaster. I can see the outline of fingers pressing against the paint from the other side. I have nowhere left to run. And the humming has started again. It's coming from the walls. It's coming from the floor. It's coming from inside my head. If you're reading this, do not buy used electronics. Do not look for signals in the static. And if you see a blue screen, run. Just run. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The house that remembers. I am writing this from a borrowed laptop in a library in Duluth, Minnesota. I don't have a phone anymore. I don't have a car. I walked here in the snow wearing boots that aren't mine. If you're reading this and you see a listing on Airbnb for a secluded historic manor in the Blackwoods with a host named Mrs. Gable, do not book it. Do not even look at the photos. The photos are a lie, but not in the way you think. The photos show the house as it wants to be seen. They don't show what it keeps in the walls. My name is Sarah. I'm a freelance photographer, or I was. I specialize in architectural photography, abandoned places, ruins, the kind of decay porn that gets likes on Instagram. I was broke, my camera gear was pawned, and I needed a gig. When I got the email from a private client offering me $5,000 to document a family estate before it was demolished, I jumped at it. The client, a lawyer named Mr. Sterling, was vague. "The house has history," he said on the phone. His voice was tinny, like he was speaking from inside a metal box. "The family wants a record of it, every room, every corner, but you must do it at night. The lighting is specific." "At night?" I asked. "Yes, the house wakes up at night. The architecture changes with the shadows. It's an aesthetic choice." I agreed. I rented a car, bought back my camera, and drove north. The house was located at the end of a long, overgrown driveway that wound through a forest of dead birch trees. They looked like white bones sticking out of the earth. The house itself was a monstrosity. It was Victorian, but wrong. The angles were too sharp. The windows were too narrow, like squinting eyes. It was painted a color that might have been blue once, but had rotted into a bruised purple. Mr. Sterling wasn't there. He had left a key under the mat, a heavy iron key that felt cold enough to burn my skin. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It wasn't mold or dust. It smelled like dried flowers and old perfume, masking something underneath, something like raw meat left in the sun. The interior was pristine, dust-free. The furniture was draped in white sheets. The mirrors were covered with black cloth. I set up my gear in the foyer. It was 8 p.m. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows across the floorboards. I started shooting. Click, flash, whir. The first hour was normal. I moved from room to room, the library, the dining hall, the parlor. The house was beautiful in a grotesque way. The wallpaper was patterned with intricate vines that looked like arteries. The chandeliers were made of crystal drops that resembled tears. But as midnight approached, the house changed. I was in the kitchen. It was a large tiled room with a massive cast-iron stove. I was setting up my tripod to capture the stove when I heard it. Clink. It sounded like silverware hitting a plate. I froze. "Hello?" Silence. I looked around. The kitchen was empty. The drawers were closed. Clink. Scrape. It came from the dining room, the room I had just left. I grabbed my tripod, wielding it like a club, and walked slowly to the dining room doorway. The room was dark. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom. The table, which had been empty 10 minutes ago, was set. There were 4 place settings: fine china, crystal goblets, silver cutlery arranged perfectly, And in the center of the table there was a roast, a steaming, hot roast beef, oozing red juices onto a silver platter. My breath caught in my throat. I was alone. I had locked the door. I walked closer. The heat from the meat hit my face. It was real. I raised my camera. I had to document this. Click! The flash illuminated the room for a split second. In that split second, I saw them. Seated at the 4 chairs were figures. They were translucent, like smoke caught in glass. A man, a woman, and 2 children. They were dressed in clothes from the 1900s, but their faces were blurred, smudged, like someone had taken an eraser to a pencil drawing. Where their eyes and mouths should be, there was just smooth gray skin. The flash died. Darkness returned. I shined my flashlight at the chairs. Empty. The food was still there. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Okay," I whispered. "Prank. Someone is messing with me." I turned to run to the front door. It was gone. Where the front door had been, there was now a wall, a solid wall covered in the artery-patterned wallpaper. I touched it. It was cold and damp. It felt like skin. I ran to the windows. They were shuttered from the outside. I tried to lift the sash, painted shut. I smashed the glass with my tripod. Behind the glass there was no outside. There were bricks, a solid wall of bricks. I was sealed in. Then the whispering started. It came from the vents, from the floorboards, from the walls themselves. "She sees us. She sees the dinner. Does she want a plate? She looks hungry." I ran up the stairs. Why? I don't know. Instinct. High ground. I barricaded myself in the master bedroom. It had a heavy oak door with a bolt lock. I slid the bolt home and pushed a dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, shaking. I checked my photos on the camera's display screen. The photo of the dining room. In the picture, the chairs were empty, but the roast beef wasn't meat. It was a human head, a severed gray head on a platter, and it was screaming. I dropped the camera. It hit the floor and the lens shattered. I huddled in the corner. "This isn't real. This isn't real." Knock, knock, knock. 3 polite taps on the bedroom door. "Room service," a voice called. It was a cheerful sing-song voice, a maid's voice. "Go away," I screamed. "But you didn't finish your dinner, miss," the voice said. "The master is offended." The doorknob rattled, slowly, then violently. The heavy dresser began to slide across the floor. Something with immense strength was pushing the door open. I looked around the room. There was a fireplace, a chimney. It was my only way out. I grabbed the fire poker and ran to the hearth. I looked up. It was dark, narrow, and smelled of soot. The bedroom door splintered. A hand reached through. It was gray, elongated, with fingers that had too many joints. I climbed into the fireplace. I pulled myself up onto the smoke shelf. I heard the door smash open. I heard heavy, wet footsteps enter the room. "Where is the little mouse?" a deep, guttural voice growled. "She went up the chimney, sir," the maid's voice giggled. "Smoke her out," the deep voice said. I heard the strike of a match, then the whoosh of flames. Heat surged up the chimney. Smoke billowed around me. I coughed, my eyes burning. I climbed. I clawed at the rough bricks, tearing my fingernails. The heat was scorching the soles of my boots. I climbed until I saw stars. I pulled myself out onto the roof. I collapsed on the cold slate tiles, gasping for air. The smoke poured out of the chimney next to me, thick and black. I looked down. It was a 30-foot drop to the ground, But the ground was moving. The lawn wasn't grass, it was a sea of hands. Thousands of gray, spectral hands reaching up from the earth, grasping at the air. "Jump," they whispered. "Join us." I looked around the roof. There was a trellis on the side of the house, covered in dead vines. I crawled to it. I swung my legs over the edge. As I climbed down, I looked into the windows on the second floor. In every window, a face was watching me. The smudged faces, the eraser people, they were pressing against the glass, their featureless heads tracking my movement. And behind them, in the hallway, stood a tall shadow. It wore a top hat. It held a silver platter. I reached the ground. The spectral hands grabbed at my boots, but they were weak, misty. I kicked through them. I ran to my car. I fumbled for my keys. They were gone. I must have dropped them inside. I looked at the car. The tires were slashed, all four of them, and on the hood, scratched into the paint, were words, "Stay for dessert." I didn't stop. I ran into the woods. I ran until my lungs burned. I ran until the sun came up. I found a road. A truck driver picked me up. He didn't ask questions about the soot or the blood or the fact that I was crying hysterically. He dropped me off here in Duluth. I went to the police. I told them everything. They looked up the address I gave them. "Ma'am," the officer said gently, "there is no house at that location. That's the old Blackwood fire zone. A manor burned down there in 1922. Killed the whole family. They say the father went mad and poisoned them at dinner before setting the place alight." "I was there," I insisted. "I have photos." I reached for my camera bag. It was empty. The camera was gone. I had dropped it in the bedroom, but I found something else in the bag, a silver fork. It was heavy, tarnished antique silver, and engraved on the handle was a name, Sterling, the lawyer, the client. He wasn't a lawyer, he was one of them. I left the station. I pawned the fork for cash. That's how I'm surviving. But here is why I am writing this. Here is why I am terrified. Yesterday, I bought a disposable camera to take photos for a new job listing I found. Landscape work, safe work. I developed the film at a 1-hour photo lab. The first 12 photos were just trees and lakes. But the last photo, I didn't take the last photo. It shows me, sleeping. In the motel room I stayed in last night, I'm asleep in the bed. And standing over me, looking down at my face, are the 4 smudged figures, the family, and in the corner of the room, reflected in the mirror, is the tall shadow with the top hat. He is holding a silver platter, and on the platter there is a camera lens. My broken camera lens. They followed me. They are not bound to the house. The house is just where they eat. And they are still hungry. I am leaving this laptop here. I am leaving this town. I don't know where I'm going. Somewhere crowded, somewhere bright. But I know it won't matter, because just now, as I was typing this, the librarian walked by. She smiled at me, but for a split second, her face blurred. Her eyes and mouth disappeared, leaving only smooth gray skin. And she whispered, in a voice that sounded like silverware on a plate, "Dinner is served." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a room in a house where the owner asked me not to lock the door. I moved to a new city for work, the kind of move you don't plan for long. 1 week, you're normal. The next, you're packing everything you own into your car and hoping things work out. I needed a place fast, something cheap, something temporary. I found the listing on a local forum. Not even a real rental site. Just a post with no pictures. Room for rent. Quiet house. Short or long term. Cash only. I messaged the number and got a reply almost right away. The man said the room was still available and asked when I could come see it. I told him that night. He sent the address and added one strange line at the end. Please, don't lock your door at night. I assumed it was a joke or some old person rule. I ignored it. The house was in a normal neighborhood. That was the first thing that made me feel okay about it. Other houses nearby, cars and driveways, porch lights on. The place itself was older, but not abandoned. White paint, 2 floors, small front porch, 1 light on inside. The owner opened the door before I knocked. He was tall, thin, maybe late 60s, clean clothes, calm voice. He smiled like someone who practiced it a lot. You must be here about the room, he said. Inside, the house was very quiet. No TV, no radio, no ticking clocks. The air felt cold even though it wasn't winter. Everything was clean but plain, no photos, no decorations, just furniture and walls. The room he showed me was upstairs. Small bed, desk, closet, window facing the backyard. Nothing strange about it at all. The price was low, very low. I asked him why. He paused for a second and said, I prefer short stays. That was fine with me. When I agreed, he handed me the key and repeated the rule. Please don't lock your door at night. It makes things worse. I smiled and said, okay, even though I had no plan to follow that. The first night was quiet. The second night, I heard footsteps. They were upstairs in the hallway. Slow steps, bare feet by the sound of them. I assumed it was the owner walking around. Then I realized the steps stopped right outside my door. They stayed there for a long time. I didn't hear breathing. I didn't hear movement. Just the feeling of someone standing very close to the door, facing it. Eventually, the steps moved away. The next morning, I asked the owner if he walked around at night. He looked confused. I don't go upstairs, he said. That night, I locked my door. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a soft sound. Scratching, not at the door, on the wall next to my bed. Slow, steady scratches like fingernails dragging across wood from the inside. I turned on the lamp. The sound stopped. When I turned the light off, it started again. I stayed awake until morning. The next day, I noticed something new in the hallway. The carpet outside my door was pressed down like someone had been standing there for a long time. That night, I didn't lock the door. The footsteps came back. They walked up and down the hall, sometimes stopping at other doors, sometimes stopping at mine. At one point, something gently pushed my door open, just a few inches. I stared at the dark gap, my heart pounding. Nothing came in. The door slowly closed again. The owner wasn't home the next day. That night, things got worse. The footsteps were louder, faster, more than one set. I heard whispering too, low and unclear, like people talking in another room. Then I heard my name, very clearly. It came from right outside my door. I jumped up and opened it. The hallway was empty, but at the far end I saw something standing near the stairs. It was tall and thin and wrong. Its arms were too long, its head tilted in a way a human neck shouldn't. It didn't move. It just watched me. I slammed the door shut and locked it. Immediately, something hit the door from the other side. Not hard, not angry, patient. Tap, 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 all night long. In the morning, I packed my things. The owner was in the kitchen when I came downstairs. He looked tired. You locked it, he said quietly. I asked him what was in the house. He didn't answer right away. People pass through, he finally said. Some don't like leaving. I dropped the key on the table and walked out. I've lived in 3 different places since then. It didn't matter. For weeks after, every place I stayed had the same problem. Around 2 a.m., I would hear footsteps in the hallway. Slow, bare, stopping right outside my door. And no matter where I am now, I don't lock my door anymore, because whatever followed me here already knows how to open it.